there. Gentle night owls. Tonight, we follow the entire story of Twilight through the eyes of Carlile Cullen, the quiet father standing at the edge of every moment, the one who built the world that Edward and Bella fell into. He's the oldest witness in the room, a man who has carried centuries of grief and chosen again and again to remain gentle, watching his son fall in love, watching danger arrive, holding his family together with steady, careful hands. If there's a Twilight story you'd love to fall asleep to next, tell me in the comments. I'd love to create it for you. Alright. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. And let Carlisle carry you somewhere deep and still tonight. He was born into a world that believed in monsters. London in the 1640s was a city of narrow streets and narrower certainties. The plague had come and gone and come again, leaving behind a population that had learned to look for explanations in the spiritual rather than the natural, because the natural offered none that were bearable. God was real. The devil was real. And the things that moved through the darkness between honest Christian homes were real too, if you knew where to look and had the courage and the righteousness to look there. Fear was not considered weakness in those years. Fear was considered wisdom. The man who was not afraid of the dark was simply a man who had not yet understood what the dark contained. Carlisle's father was such a man, an Anglican pastor of genuine conviction and considerable cruelty. He led his parish with the iron certainty of someone who had never once doubted the goodness of his own intentions. He organized hunts. Witches, he said, werewolves, vampires. The old words, the old fears, dressed in the language of religious duty and civic responsibility, delivered from the pulpit with the particular authority of a man who believed that God had personally appointed him to the work. He brought his son along on these expeditions from the time Carlisle was old enough to carry a torch. He believed a boy should learn to recognize evil, should learn to stand against it without flinching, should understand that righteousness required action and not merely intention. What he did not anticipate was that his son would actually find something real. Carlisle was not yet 20 when he led his first hunt alone. A patrol through the alleys near the docks where something had been taking people in the night. His father was ill. Someone needed to go. Carlisle went because it was expected of him, and because in those days he still believed, with the uncomplicated faith of a young man who had not yet been tested, that expected and right occupied the same territory. He carried a torch. He carried a cross. He was thorough and careful and entirely, catastrophically unprepared for what came out of the darkness toward him. The creature was old, ancient, in ways that registered even in the chaos of the attack as something beyond ordinary threat, something that had existed long enough to shed the habits of hesitation. It struck before Carlisle could retreat, before he could call for help, before he could do anything except fall against the wet stone of the alley wall and feel teeth break through the skin of his neck. The pain was extraordinary, and then, very quickly, it was not, because the old vampire was gone, startled away by shouts from men farther down the street, and Carlisle was alone on the cobblestones, with the cold rain falling and a wound in his throat that he already understood, on some level beneath rational thought, was not a wound that would heal in the ordinary way. He lay in the alley and looked at the sky above the rooftops. He had grown up believing in these creatures. He had read everything his father owned about them. He knew, with the terrible clarity of someone whose education has just become directly relevant, what a bite meant, and he knew what was coming. He dragged himself into a cellar and hid beneath rotting potatoes and waited to die. What came instead was 3 days of burning. He did not scream. He understood, through the fever haze of transformation, that screaming would bring his father, and his father would bring the parish, and the parish would bring fire and stakes and the full righteous machinery of a community that had been hunting things like him, successfully, for years. So he lay in the dark and the filth and burned from the inside out, and he made no sound. And when it was over, he opened his eyes, and the darkness of the cellar was no longer dark to him at all. He could see every grain of wood in the beams above him. He could count the threads in the sacking that had covered the potatoes, and he could hear the heartbeats of the rats in the walls and the conversations of people on the street above, and the distant rhythmic breathing of his father asleep 2 buildings away. He could smell the river and the rain and the blood of every living creature within a distance he had no unit of measurement for. He understood immediately and completely what he had become. And what he had become was the thing his father had spent his life hunting. The irony of it was the first thought he had that was not pain. He spent the next several years attempting to undo it. He threw himself from cliffs into the cold northern seas and surfaced, gasping not from near drowning, but from the shock of discovering that drowning was not available to him. He stopped eating entirely, sustaining the absence of blood for months at a time, until the hunger reduced him to something animal and mindless, and then slowly, as if his body were mocking him, released him back into consciousness without having done the damage he had hoped for. He stood in winter sunlight and watched himself fail to burn. He walked into a fire that a farmer had left to consume brush at the edge of a field, and stood in it for long enough to be certain, and felt it gutter and die around him, as if the flame itself found him inhospitable. His body would not cooperate with his desire to end what had been started. It repaired itself with a thoroughness and an indifference to his intentions that was more disturbing in its way than the original transformation had been. He was going to exist. The question was not whether but what kind, and for 3 years he did not answer it because the question itself seemed unbearable. The answer came to him by accident, in a forest north of the city, in the autumn of his 3rd year. He had been following a herd of deer through the trees, not hunting them, simply moving, because movement was one of the few things that reduced the roar of the thirst to something he could think through, rather than simply endure. And then the wind shifted, and the scent reached him, and his body moved before his mind had formed the intention. He brought down a deer without knowing he had decided to. He drank, and in the aftermath, kneeling in the wet leaves with his hands pressed into cold earth, and the thirst genuinely, meaningfully quieted. For the first time in 3 years, he understood that this was possible, that there was a way, that he did not have to choose between murdering humans and destroying himself, that the world contained a third option, difficult and perpetually unsatisfying and requiring everything he had every single day, but real, undeniably, sustainingly real. He remained in the forest for a long time after. He wasn't certain that evening whether the tears were relief or grief. He concluded eventually that they were both, that the two things were not separable in this particular moment, and that trying to separate them was less important than accepting them and moving forward. He moved forward. He was, beneath everything, a man who moved forward. The following decades were dedicated to education with an intensity that only someone facing eternity as a practical logistical problem could sustain. He had been a serious student as a human, drawn to learning as a refuge from his father's grimness, and he discovered that immortality transformed this inclination into something extraordinary. He moved through Europe carefully, attaching himself to universities as a mature student, to hospitals as a volunteer and then as a physician, to libraries with the quiet devotion of someone who understands that knowledge is the closest available substitute for the certainty that has been taken from him. He learned medicine in its 17th century form, and then watched it become something better, and learned that too. He learned French and Italian and Dutch and Latin with a fluency that a human lifetime would not have permitted. He learned to be among people without being destroyed by proximity to them, which was the hardest education of all and the most important, and which he pursued with the methodical patience of someone who has already failed at every other solution. He discovered during these years the central truth of his existence, that the discipline required to be near humans without harming them was enormous, and that the satisfaction offered by being genuinely useful to them was also enormous, that these two things were not coincidental, that the usefulness was the discipline, that placing himself in situations where he was there to help rather than to take was simultaneously the hardest possible test of his control and the most reliable source of meaning his new existence offered. Medicine was not a hobby or a disguise. It was the architecture of his survival. He understood this clearly and built his life around it with the deliberateness of a man who has learned, at considerable cost, not to leave important things to chance. Italy came in his 2nd century because Italy was where the oldest ones were, and Carlisle had spent enough decades among the records and rumors of his kind to understand that going to Volterra was not optional if he wished to understand the world he now inhabited. The Volturi were as real as he'd suspected and considerably more complex. Aro received him with a warmth that was genuine in its way, the warmth of a collector for a truly unusual acquisition. And Carlisle received Aro's warmth with a gratitude that was also genuine, because after 2 centuries of solitude, almost any warmth felt like sustenance. They debated philosophy for the better part of 2 decades. Aro was endlessly interested in Carlisle's choices, endlessly curious about the mechanism by which he had managed to resist his nature so completely, endlessly certain that the curiosity was mutual and the admiration reciprocal. It was reciprocal, in fact. Carlisle found Marcus and Caius and the elaborate courtly structure of Volturi existence genuinely fascinating, the way one finds fascinating a way of life completely different from one's own. He respected the order they maintained. He understood the necessity of the laws they enforced. He disagreed quietly and consistently and without apology about the methods. Aro wanted him to stay permanently. The want was never stated directly, because Aro was too sophisticated for direct statements when indirection served him better. But it was present in every conversation, in every invitation to extend his visit by another season, and in the careful way Aro positioned Carlisle's company as the most interesting thing currently available to him. Carlisle understood what was being offered. He also understood what accepting would eventually require. And so he left, graciously and warmly, and with genuine affection that he did not perform, and he did not return. Some gifts are best refused before the conditions attached to them become visible. He came to the New World in the early 1700s and found something he had not encountered in 2 centuries of European existence: space. The continent was vast beyond his experience of vastness, wild in ways that Europe had long since civilized away, and the wilderness offered him something he had not known he needed until he had it. Room to exist without constant management of proximity. Room to hunt without the careful choreography of population centers. Room to think, which was perhaps the most valuable thing of all, because Carlisle was a man who needed to think and who had been, for a very long time, too occupied with survival to do it properly. He moved through the colonies and then through the early decades of the Republic, practicing medicine with the tools of each era and finding, consistently, that the tools mattered less than the attention and the care and the willingness to stay present with a suffering person until the suffering eased or ended. He built a reputation in each community he inhabited, and then, as the years passed and his face remained unchanged, he dissolved that reputation carefully and moved on. It was a skill he refined across generations into something approaching art. The leaving was always the hardest part, not because of his own attachment, though that was real, but because of the people left behind who had trusted him with their worst moments and deserved better than a physician who simply disappeared one autumn without explanation. He made peace with the leaving by returning to the moving forward. It was the only peace available, and he accepted it. The solitude of these American decades was the longest he had sustained. He had companions occasionally, brief arrangements with other vampires who shared his philosophy, or at least respected it, but nothing that lasted. Other vampires found his way of living admirable in the abstract and impractical in the specific, and the ones who tried to adopt it alongside him tended to give up within a decade and depart without much ceremony. He understood. The abstinence was genuinely difficult. He had no judgment for those who could not maintain it. He only continued maintaining it himself, 1 decade at a time, because the alternative was something he had decided against in a cellar in London, and had not revisited the decision since. It was the solitude that led to Edward. He told himself other things at the time. He told himself it was mercy, which was true. He told himself Elizabeth Mason had asked him to do it, which was also true, though he understood that her asking had reached something in him that pure mercy alone would not have touched in quite the same way. She had looked at him with fever-bright eyes in that overwhelmed hospital corridor in 1918 her own death already certain in her body, her son's death approaching rapidly, and she had said she knew he could save the boy, and she was not asking how. She was only asking him to do it. He had transformed humans twice before in 3 centuries, in moments of emergency and anguish, and neither transformation had been a simple decision. But Elizabeth Mason's voice in that corridor reached the specific hollowness that the solitude had been quietly excavating in him for decades, and he carried the dying boy from the hospital and into a rented room, and he made the transformation, and then he sat in the dark beside Edward Anthony Mason's burning body for 3 days and waited. And the waiting was the most frightened he had been since that alley in London. Not of discovery, not of the thirst. He was frightened that he had done something irreversible for reasons he did not fully trust in himself, and that Edward would wake and find no comfort in what Carlisle had made him, and that he would have given this boy eternity and no reason to want it. Edward woke. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at his hands. He looked at Carlisle. And Carlisle looked back at him and said nothing yet, giving him the space to arrive at his own first impressions before he had to manage anyone else's. And Edward said, with the voice of someone encountering their own new resonance for the first time, that everything was extraordinarily loud. Carlisle had laughed. He had not laughed in a very long time, and the sound surprised him nearly as much as it surprised Edward. Then he explained, as carefully and completely as he knew how, what had happened and what Edward was now. He did not soften it. Edward deserved the truth, and Anne Carlisle had always believed that the truth, however difficult, was a more respectful gift than a comfortable lie. Edward's grief was immediate and total and correct, and Carlisle held it without attempting to repair it, because there was nothing to repair. The loss was real. All he could offer was company and time, and the example of a life that had found its way to meaning despite beginning in identical darkness. He offered these things consistently across the following years, and watched Edward decide, slowly and with considerable difficulty, that the example was worth following. Esme came a year later, and with her arrival something in Carlisle settled that he had not known was unsettled. He had treated her years before as a human patient, a young woman with a broken arm and a husband whose involvement was evident in the geometry of the injury and whose name she did not offer. He had thought about her in the years since, in the particular way a physician thinks about patients who deserved outcomes they did not receive. When she arrived in his hospital in 1921, he recognized her in the moment before the physician's eye catalogued her injuries, and the injuries were not survivable, and he transformed her in the only private space available to him, and spent the following days in the particular anguish of someone who has acted from love and cannot be certain love was sufficient justification. He is still not entirely certain. He believes it was the right choice. He also knows that love was part of what drove it, and that these two things coexist in his memory with an honesty he extends to himself on this subject and few others. Esme has never asked him to justify it. She has only, across the decades since, made the life he gave her into something that justified itself. Rosalie arrived in 1933, and this transformation is the one he carries with the most difficulty. He found her dying in a Rochester street, what remained of her after men had done the things men sometimes do to women they believe they own, and he made a decision in seconds that she was not conscious to consent to. He has never made peace with the timing of it, only with the fact of her, because the fact of Rosalie Hale is extraordinary and difficult, and the most honest person he knows, and he would not remove her from the world for anything, and he also knows that the choice to enter it was not properly hers. These two things sit together in his memory like stones at the bottom of a still pool. He does not disturb them. He simply knows they are there. Emmett came 2 years later, carried down from the mountains by Rosalie herself, who had found him mauled by a bear and had made the decision to bring him to Carlisle rather than leave him. This transformation was the simplest of all of them in terms of moral weight, because the choice was Rosalie's and it was clearly made, and the man who woke was one of the most uncomplicated and warm-hearted people Carlisle had encountered in 3 centuries of meeting people. In a family of beautiful, complicated, grief-carrying individuals, Emmett was something that Carlisle had not known they needed until he arrived. He was levity. He was the evidence that joy was still possible, that the supernatural life did not inevitably produce only gravity and sorrow. Carlisle was grateful for him in ways he rarely articulated but consistently felt. Alice and Jasper arrived together in the early 1950s. Alice, having navigated toward the family through fragments of her own visions before she had ever met any of them. Jasper accompanying her with the careful protectiveness of someone who has found, after great violence and loss, the one thing worth protecting. Carlisle received them without requiring explanations they were not ready to give. He saw what they were, what they had come from, and what they were trying to become, and he understood that the family had just been completed in some way he could not have predicted but recognized immediately as right. And this was what he had built. 6 people who had not chosen immortality and who had chosen, each in their own time and their own way, to be something more careful than their nature required. He loved them with a completeness that had surprised him when it arrived, and continued to surprise him across the decades, because he had spent so long believing that the capacity for love had been buried with his humanity, and the discovery of its survival remained, after all this time, a source of quiet wonder. They came to Forks, Washington in 2003. The town was chosen for its rain and its grey skies, and its small, self-contained social world, where a family of beautiful, private people would be noticed, but not scrutinized beyond what could be managed. Carlisle took the position at Forks General Hospital and found, as he always did, and that the work settled every other thing. The hospital was his anchor and his evidence. Evidence that the life he had chosen was worth the cost of choosing it, that the centuries of discipline had produced something real and useful and genuinely good. He was content. The family was safe. The work was meaningful. The days had the comfortable rhythm of a life that understood its own purpose. And then January of 2005 arrived, and with it a girl from Phoenix with brown hair and a quiet manner, and blood that reached across a crowded classroom and very nearly undid 90 years of his son's carefully constructed control. Carlisle felt it before Edward told him anything. He felt it that Monday evening in the quality of the silence Edward brought home with him, a silence that was different from Edward's ordinary silence in the way that a held breath is different from easy breathing. He waited. He had been practicing waiting for centuries. He was very good at it. And when Edward finally came to his study, Carlisle set down his book and turned in his chair and listened to what his son had to say with the complete, unhurried attention of a man who understands that some conversations require every room you have. Carlile knew about Bella Swan before Edward did. This was not unusual. Carlile knew most things about Fawkes before his family did, because Carlile was the one who moved through the town's institutions, who sat in the hospital break room and overheard conversations, who attended the occasional community meeting and spoke with the school board and maintained the careful social presence that kept the Cullen family's fiction intact. Information passed through him the way water passes through a watershed, quietly and continuously, feeding the larger system without drawing attention to the process itself. He knew Charlie Swan, had known him for 2 years, in the way one knows people in a town this small, not intimately, but reliably. Charlie was a straightforward man, honest in the uncomplicated way of someone who has never found honesty particularly costly, and Carlile respected him for it. They had spoken at community events, had exchanged the cordial professional greetings of two men whose roles occasionally overlapped. Hami had developed the kind of mutual regard that small towns produce between people who are both, in their different ways, responsible for the well-being of the same community. So when word reached Carlisle in early January of 2005 that Charlie's daughter was coming from Phoenix to live with him, he noted it the way he noted most things, carefully, without reaction, filing it in the part of his mind that tracked the social landscape of Fawkes and the variables that might affect his family's position within it. A new student at the high school, a girl from a warmer climate, arriving in the deep of a Fawkes winter. The kind of newcomer who would attract attention briefly before being absorbed into the ordinary rhythm of a small school social world. He gave it no further thought. He had no reason to. The Monday that changed everything arrived without announcement, as the most significant Mondays tend to do. Carlile was at the hospital when it began, moving through the afternoon shift with the practiced efficiency of someone who has performed these particular motions 10,000 times. There were 2 cases requiring his attention, neither serious, both manageable, and he was between them when Alice found him. She did not come to the hospital often. When she did, it was never for a trivial reason, and Carlile recognized this before she had crossed the waiting room, reading the particular quality of her stillness, the way she moved with more deliberateness than usual, as if she were carrying something fragile. She told him what she had seen, standing in the corridor outside the supply room, her voice low and precise, a new student in Edward's biology class. A girl. Alice could not see her clearly, had been trying to sharpen the vision since the moment it arrived, and had gotten no further than an impression. A presence in the classroom, Edward's reaction, and the unmistakable clarity that something significant had just occurred. She could not tell Carlile what Edward's reaction had been in specific terms, only that it was serious, only that the edges of the vision carried the particular quality that her most important visions always carried. Carlile listened without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment, his mind moving through the implications with the methodical pace he brought to every diagnosis. A girl Edward could not see clearly in Alice's visions, a reaction serious enough to send Alice to the hospital in the middle of his shift. He asked Alice one question, whether the vision had shown harm, and Alice said no, not exactly, and the not exactly was the part that stayed with him through the remainder of his afternoon. Edward came to him that evening. He appeared in the doorway of Carlile's study with the expression of someone who has been rehearsing a conversation and has decided, upon arrival, to abandon the rehearsal and simply speak. Carlile set down his book. He turned his chair. He gave Edward the whole of his attention, which was the thing Edward needed most in this moment, and the thing Carlile was best equipped to offer. What Edward described was la tua cantante. Carlile had encountered the term in the historical records of their kind. In the accumulated documentation of centuries of vampire experience that he had gathered and studied with the thoroughness he brought to all his research. The singer phenomenon, the rare and terrible occurrence in which a specific human's blood called to a specific vampire with an intensity that overwhelmed every other consideration, that reduced decades of carefully constructed control to something fragile and nearly insufficient. It was documented, it was real, and in the historical record, the outcome was almost always the same. He did not say this to Edward. He received the account of the biology class, the scent, the immediate and overwhelming compulsion, the minutes of white-knuckled endurance, the flight from the building, with the steady, open attention of a physician receiving a difficult history. He did not perform alarm, or he did not minimize. He simply listened until Edward had said everything he had come to say, and then he was quiet for long enough that Edward began to understand the quiet was not emptiness, but thought. The two choices he offered Edward were genuine, not a test, not a script, not a conclusion dressed as a question. He truly believed that the decision had to be Edward's, because Carlile had spent 3 centuries learning the particular damage that is done when important decisions are made for people rather than with them. He said Edward could leave, and he meant it. The family would follow, arrangements could be made. Fawkes was not irreplaceable, and he said Edward could stay and master the temptation. And he meant that too, and with the specific conviction of someone who has mastered comparable temptations across comparable timescales and knows that it is possible, knows it is not easy, knows the difference between the two. Edward left for Alaska that night. The household adjusted around his absence with the quiet efficiency of a family that has had to absorb disruption before. Esme set his place at the table out of habit for 3 evenings before stopping. Alice moved through the days with the distracted quality of someone tracking multiple possible futures simultaneously, her visions of the girl apparently no clearer for Edward's departure, the image still blurred and indistinct in ways she found both frustrating and significant. Jasper maintained his routines with the military precision that was his particular response to uncertainty. Emmett filled the space Edward left with an uncomplicated loudness that was, Carlile recognized, its own form of kindness. Rosalie said very little, which Carlile understood to mean she was saying a great deal internally. He watched all of them and managed his own concern privately, in the hours he spent in his study at night and in the early mornings before anyone else was moving through the house. The concern was real, and he did not pretend otherwise to himself, because Carlile had long since learned that pretending to feel less than he felt was not the same as actually feeling less, and the energy spent on pretense was energy not spent on the problem itself. He was worried about Edward. He was worried about the girl. who had done nothing except exist in the wrong classroom, and whose life was now threaded into circumstances she could not possibly understand. He was worried about the shape of the thing that was beginning, which he could not yet see clearly, but which his centuries of pattern recognition suggested was not going to resolve simply. Edward returned 4 days later. He appeared at the door of the house in the early morning, before the others were awake, and came directly to Carlile's study without stopping in his own room. He looked, Carlile thought, like someone who had been running for 4 days, not from something, but toward a decision, and had arrived at it somewhere in the forests of Alaska, and carried it back with him, already made and already irreversible. He was going to stay. He was going to sit beside her in biology and master the temptation. He was going to prove that he was capable of it. Carlile asked him what had brought him back, beyond the stated reason. Edward was quiet for a moment, and then said something that Carlile had not expected. Something that changed the shape of Carlyle's concern from one kind to another. He said he could not read her mind, that he had never, in a century of hearing every consciousness he encountered, found a single mind that was silent to him, and hers was completely and perfectly silent, and he needed to understand why. Carlile sat with this information for a long time after Edward left the study. The days that followed were a study in careful observation. Carlile watched Edward from whatever distance was available, at home in the evenings, and during the hunting trips he quietly encouraged with the specific purpose of keeping Edward's thirst as managed as possible. He watched for deterioration, for the signs that the daily proximity to the girl's blood was eroding the control Edward was working so hard to maintain. What he saw instead was something subtler, and in its way more concerning. Edward was becoming more present. It was not dramatic. It would not have been visible to someone who had known Edward for less than 90 years. But Carlile had known him for exactly that long, had watched him move through decades of brilliant, hollow routine, and the change was legible to him in the small things. The way Edward occasionally came to the common rooms of the house without apparent purpose, the way his piano playing shifted from the technically perfect but emotionally sealed performances of recent years into something with more breath in it. The way he was not merely enduring the school day, but returning from it with something different in his expression. Something that was not happiness and was not contentment, but was perhaps the early indication that those things remain possible. Jasper came to Carlile privately, twice, during this period. His gift made him the most reliable instrument in the household for measuring emotional states. And what he reported was consistent, that Edward's thirst, when Jasper was near him, was present and significant, that the control being applied was real and effortful, and that alongside the thirst was something else. It's something Jasper described with careful precision as the early architecture of an attachment. He was not alarmed, he said. He was informing. Carlile thanked him and took the information into his quiet and thought about it for several days before concluding what he had perhaps already known from the moment Edward mentioned the silent mind. This was not a situation that was going to pass. Edward was not going to master his thirst and then withdraw to a comfortable distance and resume his previous existence. The silent mind had done something that the blood alone might not have. It had made the girl interesting to Edward in a way that the thirst could not answer, which meant the thirst and the fascination were now pulling in the same direction, toward the same person, and that combination was not something control alone could resolve. He spoke to Esme about it on a Thursday evening, sitting in their room with the rain coming steadily against the windows, in the way that Falk's rain had, of seeming permanent rather than occasional. He told her what he had observed, what Jasper had reported, what he believed was developing. Esme listened with a particular quality of attention she brought to conversations about their children, which was total and warm and already several steps ahead in its emotional processing. She asked him how he felt about it. It was, he reflected, exactly the right question. He thought about it honestly before answering. He felt afraid, he said, in the specific way of someone who can see a complex situation clearly and understands that clarity does not translate into control. He felt something else too, beneath the fear. Something that resembled hope, and though he was cautious about the word, because hope in his experience had a tendency to arrive precisely when the situation was about to become most dangerous, as if the heart were compensating in advance for what the mind could already see coming. Esme said that sounded about right. He had not yet met Bella Swan. She existed for him during these weeks, entirely through second-hand accounts, through what Alice could and could not see, through what Jasper could feel at a distance, through what Edward said, and more revealingly, what Edward did not say. He was constructing a portrait of her from fragments, and the portrait that emerged was unusual. The steadiness other students apparently found off-putting. The directness, the quality of attention that Edward described, when he described it, as unlike anything he had encountered in a century of hearing every thought anyone near him had ever had. A girl whose mind was silent and whose character, as reported, was consistent with the silence, not performing privacy, actually private, actually contained, actually self-possessed, in a way that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with nature. Carlile found himself genuinely curious about her, which was not an emotion he had expected, and which he noted with the same honest precision he applied to everything he felt. He was a physician and a scientist, and a man who had spent centuries learning to observe carefully, and what was being described to him in fragments and from multiple angles was someone worth observing. He would meet her soon. He understood this. The trajectory of what was developing between Edward and this girl from Phoenix made a meeting inevitable, and Carlile began, in the quiet part of his mind that was always preparing for the next thing, to think about how that meeting should go and what it would require of him. He would need to be steady. He would need to be warm without being overwhelming, honest without being frightening, welcoming without suggesting that the welcome was unconditional in ways that might not serve her. He would need to be, in other words, exactly what he had spent 3 centuries practicing being. The steady one, the one who held the room, the one whose steadiness made it possible for everyone else to breathe. He was good at it. He had been practicing for a very long time. But he understood, sitting with Esme in the rain on that Thursday evening, that the coming weeks were going to ask more of that steadiness than most things had in a long time. And he held that understanding carefully, the way he held most difficult things, and prepared himself to meet it. The call came in at 11:47 on a Tuesday morning. Carlile was between patients, when the radio at the nurse's station crackled with the first report. A vehicular incident in the parking lot of Forks High School. Multiple potential injuries, units responding. He did not react visibly. He never did in the hospital, where visible reaction from the physician was the thing most likely to transfer alarm to the people who needed steadiness from him. He simply finished the notation he was making on the chart in front of him, capped his pen, and moved toward the emergency bay with the unhurried efficiency of someone who has learned across centuries of medicine that urgency and panic occupy entirely different territories, and that confusing them helps no one and harms everyone. He prepared the bay himself, working alongside the nurses with the easy collaboration of a doctor who does not consider preparation beneath him. Clean linen, IV equipment, the portable imaging unit positioned within reach, cervical collars arranged by size. He ran through probabilities as he worked, the clinical part of his mind conducting its quiet inventory of what a parking lot incident at a high school was most likely to produce. A vehicle moving at low speed across ice, which was the most probable scenario given the weather that morning, and meant impact injuries of a specific and manageable character. Broken bones, lacerations, and the particular category of head injury that presented as minor and occasionally revealed itself as otherwise. He set up for the range and waited with the patience that centuries of emergency medicine had made second nature. The first ambulance arrived within 7 minutes. Tyler Crowley came in with a significant laceration to the forehead and the cooperative dazedness of someone whose body had absorbed a shock it was still in the early stages of processing. His eyes tracked correctly. His responses were appropriate, if slightly slow. Carlile assessed him quickly and thoroughly, his hands moving over the boy's skull with the precision of someone who has examined more head injuries than any human physician could accumulate in multiple careers, checking for the subtle topographical signs of deeper structural damage beneath the more dramatic surface wound. The laceration was serious but manageable. The neurological indicators were, on balance, reassuring. He issued instructions to the nurse beside him without looking up from his work and moved on. 2 more students followed in the next several minutes, both with injuries that were distressing to them and uncomplicated to him. Bruised ribs, a sprained wrist, the kind of cases that required thorough treatment and careful documentation, and little else. He worked through them with the same quality of attention he brought to every patient, which was total and unhurried, regardless of severity, because Carlisle had learned in 17th century plague wards that patients know, in some part of themselves, that predates language, whether the person treating them is actually present, and that presence was frequently as important as competence. He was signing off on the second student's initial assessment when he heard the bay doors open again behind him, heard the particular controlled urgency in the attending paramedic's voice that distinguished a serious case from a manageable one, and turned to receive the next patient. Then they brought in Bella Swan. He knew who she was before anyone said her name. He had been assembling a portrait of her for weeks through the accumulated fragments of Alice's partial visions, Jasper's emotional reports, and Edward's careful, selective accounts. And the girl on the gurney was consistent with every piece of that portrait in ways that he noted and then set aside, because the physician had to precede the observer and the observer would have to wait. She was slight, brown-haired, pallid in the specific way that combined natural coloring with shock, and her expression beneath the shock was the thing he registered last and remembered longest. The look of someone making a determined and largely successful effort to remain rational in circumstances that were not making rationality easy. "I'm Dr. Cullen," he said, moving to her side with the calm authority that was his most reliable clinical instrument. "Can you tell me where you're feeling pain?" She looked up at him, and he saw the recognition move through her eyes. The name, the face, the pieces connecting. "My head," she said, and her voice was considerably steadier than the situation warranted. "And my leg, but I think Tyler is hurt worse than I am. Is he okay? Is he being seen?" Carlile looked at her for a brief moment before answering. The first words out of her mouth, after identifying her own injuries, were a question about someone else's welfare. He noted this with the quiet precision he applied to everything he observed and answered her directly. "Mr. Crowley is being taken care of by my colleagues. He's in good hands. Right now, I need your attention on yourself. Can you walk me through what happened?" She did, with a conciseness and accuracy that he found beneath his clinical focus genuinely remarkable. The van skidding on the ice, the direction of impact, the sensation of the weight against her, and the specific location of the contact. She reported it in the order it had occurred, without dramatization, or without the kind of retrospective embellishment that shock sometimes produced in patients who were trying to make sense of what had happened by making it into a story. She was simply reporting facts, because facts were what he needed, and she had understood this without being told. He worked through her physical assessment as she spoke, his hands careful and methodical, checking her skull for fracture along the suture lines that would indicate serious structural compromise, her neck for the alignment that would tell him whether the impact had done damage she wasn't yet feeling, her leg for the structural integrity she would need to leave the hospital under her own power. His clinical mind processed the physical information with the efficiency of long practice. The other part of him, the part that had been listening and watching since she arrived, was processing something else simultaneously. She was watching his hands, not with the anxious attention of someone waiting for the verdict, but with the particular focused observation of someone who was genuinely trying to understand what the hands were doing and why. As if the examination itself was interesting to her, as if she were learning something. "Does this hurt?" he asked, his fingers pressing carefully along her calf muscle, checking for the deep bruising that a van's impact panel would produce. "A little," she said. "Not badly. And here." He moved higher, checking the knee joint for swelling and structural looseness. "No, that's fine. Follow my finger, please." He moved his finger slowly across her field of vision. I'm watching her eyes track it, checking the smoothness and symmetry of the movement. Both eyes, both sides, consistent and clean. He straightened with the assessment essentially complete and looked at her directly. "You've been remarkably fortunate," he said. "The bruising will be significant and the headache will be worse before it improves. But there's nothing here that won't heal cleanly with time and rest." She absorbed this with a small nod. Then she said, with the careful deliberateness of someone who's been holding a question for longer than the conversation has been happening, "Dr. Cullen, how did I end up with only bruising? The van, I saw it coming. There wasn't time to move." It was a precise question, and it deserved a precise answer, or at least the most precise answer he could give her without crossing into territory he was not yet prepared to enter on his son's behalf. Sometimes the body moves faster than the conscious mind registers, he said. Adrenaline produces remarkable results in the moment of impact, and the angle of the van's contact with the ground may have absorbed more of the force than it appeared to from where you were standing. She listened to this explanation with an attention that told him she was evaluating it rather than simply receiving it. She did not challenge it, but neither did her eyes entirely accept it, and he recognized, with a physician's eye for the difference, that she was filing the inadequacy of the explanation rather than dismissing the question it had been offered in response to. She was, he thought, and going to be a problem in the very best sense of the word. "Is there anything else?" he asked, which was how he concluded every patient assessment. An open question, genuinely meant, that gave patients permission to say the things they had been deciding whether to say since the examination began. Bella considered it with a seriousness that was itself unusual. Most patients, at this stage, wanted to know when they could leave. "Tyler," she said, "you said he's in good hands. Will he have any lasting damage?" "No," Carlile said. "He'll carry a scar and a story to go with it that will likely improve with each retelling, but he'll be fully recovered within a matter of weeks." Something at the corner of her mouth shifted. Not quite a smile, but the structure of one, the thing that came before. "That does sound like Tyler," she said, and the observation was fond rather than sharp, which told him something about how she navigated the social landscape she had arrived in, without cruelty, even toward the people she found slightly ridiculous. He left her in the bay with the nurse assigned to monitor her observation period and moved into the corridor, where he allowed himself, briefly and privately, to process what the last 20 minutes had produced. The blood. He had been near her blood, had touched her skin, had worked within the immediate radius of her specific and potent scent, and he had managed it with a deep practice control that centuries of emergency medicine had built into him as something close to reflex. He had managed it, and he was glad, and he was also aware of it in the specific way that awareness of managed things was always more useful than the pretense that management had not been necessary. He understood now what Edward had encountered in the biology classroom, with a directness and concreteness that second-hand accounts had approximated but not achieved. The quality of her blood was specific, pronounced, detectable even to him with all his centuries of conditioning. What it must have been for Edward, unprepared, without the layers of practiced resistance that Carlisle had built across 300 years of medical exposure, was something Carlisle felt a new and specific sympathy for. He had known, intellectually, that la tua cantante was a serious phenomenon. He understood it now in his body as well as his mind, and the understanding made him both more concerned and, strangely, more hopeful. Because if Edward was managing this, and he was day after day sitting beside her in that classroom and choosing not to harm her, then Edward was doing something genuinely extraordinary. And Carlisle had always believed his son was capable of extraordinary things, even when Edward himself had stopped believing it. Edward arrived at the hospital 32 minutes after Bella's admission. Carlisle heard him before he appeared. the particular quality of his son's footsteps in a corridor, the pace that was walking at precisely the speed a young man who was not urgently concerned about anything would walk, which was itself the evidence of urgency carefully managed. He met Edward at the turn of the corridor before he could reach the emergency bay, and which was both practical and deliberate. Edward needed information before he needed proximity. "She's all right," Carlile said, before Edward could compose the question his entire body was already asking. "Bruising to the leg, mild head trauma, no structural damage. She'll be discharged this afternoon." Edward's eyes closed, just for a moment, just long enough to be legible as relief to someone watching closely, and then they opened again, and his expression returned to its careful public neutrality. But Carlile had seen the moment, and the moment was not the relief of someone who had narrowly avoided an inconvenience. It was the relief of someone for whom the outcome had been genuinely, deeply, personally important, and who was only partly succeeding at keeping that importance off his face. "Can I see her?" Edward asked. Briefly," Carlile said. "She's being monitored and she needs rest, not company. Don't stay long." He paused, considering his next words with the care he always brought to conversations, whether words were going to matter. "Edward," she asked after Tyler before she said anything about her own injuries. "She watched my hands during the examination, the way a medical student watches. She asked me a very specific question about how she came through the impact with so little damage." He held his son's gaze steadily. "She's paying attention. Whatever you do in that room, do it knowing she's paying attention." Edward was quiet for a moment. "What did you tell her about the impact?" "Adrenaline," Carlile said. "The angle of the van. It was the most defensible explanation available." He watched Edward absorb this. It satisfied her less than she let me see. "It would," Edward said, with a quiet certainty that told Carlile this was not the first time he had encountered Bella's capacity for looking past the offered explanation to the question it was declining to answer. He watched Edward go down the corridor, watched the slight change in his son's posture as he approached the bay door, the additional layer of control that came into effect, the way his shoulders settled and his breathing pattern shifted into the measured rhythm of someone who was managing something significant and refusing to let the management show. Carlile turned back toward his work and gave him the privacy of not appearing to watch, while remaining entirely aware of everything within earshot. When Edward emerged 12 minutes later, his expression was composed and his eyes were brighter than usual, which was the particular thing that happened to Edward when he was in the presence of something that interested him despite himself. He found Carlile at the nurse's station and waited until a nurse had moved away before speaking quietly. "She knew I had done something," Edward said. "She didn't say it directly, but she knew. I could see it in her face." A pause. "I can't hear her, Carlile. I'm standing right beside her and there is nothing, just silence." "I know," Carlile said. "You've told me." "It's different being near it," Edward said. "Reading about a phenomenon and then standing inside it are not the same thing." His voice was careful, measured, and beneath the measure was something that Carlile recognized as wonder, which was not an emotion Edward had displayed with any frequency in recent decades. "It's the most quiet I've been in a room with another person since 1918. Carlile set down his pen. He looked at his son with the full, unhurried attention that he reserved for moments that deserved it. "Then perhaps," he said, "that is worth something. Separate from everything else. Whatever else this is, and whatever else it becomes. The quiet itself is worth something." Edward did not respond immediately. He looked at the corridor that led back toward the bay, where Bella Swan was lying with bruises and a headache, and a mind that was apparently the most private place in the world. Then he looked back at Carlile with an expression that was more open than he usually permitted himself. "She asked after Tyler first," he said. "Yeah, before anything else." "She did," Carlile confirmed. "I could hear what Tyler was thinking," Edward said. "In the parking lot, afterward, he felt terrible. He was genuinely frightened for her." A pause. "And she asked after him first." Carlile allowed a moment of silence in which Edward could hear what he was saying about her by saying it at all. Then he spoke. "I'll need to complete my documentation and check on Mr. Crowley before I'm done for the day. Walk with me." They moved through the corridor together, father and son. One of them in a white coat, and the other with his hands in his pockets. Both of them moving through the ordinary machinery of a small town hospital that had no idea what it contained. "She's going to keep asking questions," Edward said. As they turned the corridor toward the recovery bay, "She's already asking questions. The way she looked at me today through the window of the bay, she wasn't afraid. She was thinking." "I know," Carlile said. "That should make it simpler," Edward said. "Knowing she's the kind of person who thinks rather than reacts. It should make it easier to be careful." "Does it?" Carlile asked, which was a genuine question rather than a rhetorical one. Edward considered it honestly, which Carlile had always appreciated about him. The refusal to give an answer that was convenient rather than true. "No," he said finally. "It makes it more complicated, because she's the kind of person who is going to understand, eventually, what she is actually seeing. And I don't know what to do with that." Carlile stopped at the door to Tyler Crowley's recovery bay and looked at his son with a steady, open regard of someone who is about to say something he has thought about carefully and means completely. "When the time comes," he said, "and she asks you the question she is working her way toward, be honest with her. Whatever form that honesty takes, whatever you choose to tell her and how you choose to tell it, let it be the truth. She has earned that much by being the kind of person who asks questions, rather than the kind of person who looks away." Edward held his gaze for a moment, then nodded, once, with the weight of someone accepting something that would require a great deal of him. Carlile went in to check on Tyler Crowley, and Edward walked back down the corridor and out of the hospital into the grey afternoon. And Carlile listened to his son's footsteps recede with the particular attentiveness of a father who has just watched something important begin and cannot yet see where it ends. He drove home that evening thinking about a girl who had asked after someone else before herself, who had watched the physician's hands with the focus of someone genuinely trying to learn, who had accepted an insufficient explanation with eyes that said clearly to anyone paying close attention that she knew it was insufficient and was simply choosing for now not to say so. He thought about what it meant to encounter someone like that, what it meant for his son specifically, who had spent a century knowing exactly what everyone around him was thinking and finding the knowledge more burden than gift, and to sit in the presence of a mind that offered him nothing but silence, and to find the silence not empty but restful. What it meant for a family that had been carefully, quietly, deliberately hidden from the world for decades, to have someone looking at them with eyes like that. The lights of the house were on when he pulled into the drive, warm against the dark of the forest and the grey of the Forks evening. He sat in the car for a moment before going inside, which was something he rarely did, because Carlisle was not given to pausing when there was somewhere to be and something to do. But he sat briefly and allowed himself to feel the full weight of what the day had shown him. Then he went inside to his family and said nothing about any of it until the right moment arrived. He was, after all, very good at waiting. The weeks that followed the van incident had a quality that Carlisle recognized from other periods in his long life. The quality of a situation that was developing according to its own internal logic, regardless of what anyone around it wanted or planned. He had encountered this before, in medicine and in history, and in the slower movements of his family's life across the decades. There was a particular texture to the feeling of watching something become inevitable, a stillness beneath the surface of ordinary days that was not peace but accumulation. He felt it now, in the rhythm of the Cullen household, in the small and unremarkable details of daily existence that were quietly rearranging themselves around a new center of gravity. He noticed it first in the evenings. Edward had always been present in the house in the technical sense. His room was there, his piano was there, his books lined the shelves of the third floor with the accumulated breadth of a century of reading. But present, in the deeper sense, was something Edward had not reliably been in a very long time. He had moved through the household for decades with the quality of someone passing through a space rather than inhabiting it, beautiful and brilliant and fundamentally elsewhere. His attention turned inward against the noise of other people's thoughts that he could never fully silence. The house had been his shelter and his prison simultaneously, and he had endured it with the graceful resignation of someone who has accepted that the best available option is still an imperfect one. But now, in the weeks after the van incident, Edward came downstairs in the evenings without apparent reason. He sat in the common rooms. He occasionally accepted the fiction of a family meal with something approaching genuine participation, rather than the mechanical performance of someone reminding himself what the performance was supposed to look like. He played the piano more and differently, not the technically flawless but emotionally sealed pieces that had characterized his playing in recent years, but things with more breath in them, more variation, as if the music were being allowed to go somewhere rather than simply being executed with precision. Carlisle observed all of this without comment. He was not a man who rushed toward conclusions he could not yet support, and he was not going to name what he was seeing before he was certain of it. But he noted it, and carefully and continuously, the way a physician notes the early indicators of a condition he is not yet ready to diagnose. Esme noticed too, of course. Esme noticed everything that happened to her children, with the particular comprehensive attention of someone whose love expressed itself most naturally as vigilance. She mentioned it to Carlisle one evening in their room, sitting at her drafting table with a set of architectural plans spread before her that she was not actually looking at. "He's different," she said. It was not a question. "Yes," Carlisle agreed. from his chair by the window where he was reading, or had been reading, before the conversation made reading beside the point. "Is it a girl?" "I believe so." Esme was quiet for a moment, her pencil turning slowly in her fingers. "Is that good or bad?" Carlile set his book down and considered the question with the honesty it deserved, because Esme was not asking for reassurance and would not have been well served by it. "It's both," he said. "In proportions I can't yet determine. What I can tell you is that it appears to be real, whatever it is. He isn't performing engagement. He's actually engaged." Esme looked at him then, fully, with the expression she wore when she was feeling something large and was holding it carefully to keep it from overwhelming the conversation. "He hasn't been actually engaged in a very long time," she said. "No," Carlile agreed. "He hasn't." They sat with that for a moment, the weight of it shared between them in the particular way that long intimacy makes possible, without needing to elaborate, without needing to name everything, just holding the same understanding from opposite sides of the same room. Alice came to him on a Wednesday morning, catching him before he left for the hospital with the purposeful directness she used when a conversation had been waiting for the right moment and had decided the right moment was now. She stood in the kitchen doorway and told him her visions of the girl were no clearer than they had been in January. Still blurred, still slightly out of focus, still carrying the quality of a presence her sight could register but not resolve. This had stopped frustrating her, she said, and had started interesting her, because in her experience, the things she couldn't see clearly were almost always the things that were going to matter most. Her sight slid off them the way light slides off certain surfaces, not because nothing was there, but because what was there was doing something unusual to the way the future organized itself around it. "What does it mean?" Carlile asked. "In practical terms, what can you actually see?" "I can see Edward," Alice said. "I can see what he does, what he decides. I can see the shape of where things are going, generally. But the details that involve her directly, they're soft, like trying to read something through water." She paused. "I can see that she's going to be important, Carlile. That part is perfectly clear. I just can't see exactly how." He drove to the hospital, turning this over in his mind, fitting it alongside the other pieces he was assembling. A girl whose mind was silent to Edward. A girl whose future was indistinct to Alice. A girl whose blood was specifically and powerfully appealing, not just to Edward, but detectably, in a controlled and manageable way, even to Carlile himself. Whatever Bella Swan was doing to his family's carefully ordered world, she was doing it comprehensively, and apparently without any awareness that she was doing it at all. Jasper came to him privately that same week, on a Thursday evening when the others were occupied elsewhere, and the house had the relative quiet that made certain conversations possible. He appeared in the doorway of Carlile's study with the expression he wore when he had something to report and was choosing his words with particular care. "I want to give you an update," Jasper said, taking the chair across from Carlile's desk with the precise, high-economical movements of someone whose body had been trained for efficiency in every context. "About Edward and about myself." "Please," Carlile said, and waited. Jasper was quiet for a moment, organizing his thoughts in the methodical way that was characteristic of him. "Edward's emotional state has been shifting significantly over the past several weeks," he said. "The thirst is still present when he comes home from school. That hasn't decreased in intensity, though his management of it has improved. He's more practiced with it now, more familiar with the specific challenge she presents. But alongside the thirst, there's something else. Something that's been growing consistently since the van incident. He paused. I would characterize it as devotion, not infatuation. I know the difference, and this isn't that. This is something more settled, more committed. It has the quality of something that has already decided what it is and is simply waiting for the person experiencing it to catch up. Carlile absorbed this without speaking, giving Jasper the space to continue. The reason I'm telling you both things together, Jasper said, is because the combination is what concerns me. The thirst and the devotion pulling toward the same person simultaneously. That's a significant amount of pressure on his control. Not because I think he'll fail. I don't. His control is genuinely remarkable given what he's managing. But the weight of it is real, and I think he's carrying more of it privately than he's saying. Have you spoken to him about it? Carlile asked. Briefly, Jasper said. He knows I can feel it. He doesn't hide it from me exactly, but he doesn't discuss it either. He just continues managing it day after day, which is its own form of answer. A pause. I wanted you to know. Thank you, Carlile said, and meant it with the specific gratitude he felt for Jasper's particular form of contribution to their family. The willingness to see things clearly and report them honestly, even when clarity and honesty were uncomfortable. And yourself? You mentioned yourself. Jasper's expression shifted slightly, in the controlled way that suggested he was allowing more of something through rather than suppressing it. Her proximity is harder for me than I've been letting show, he said. Not dangerously so. I want to be clear about that. I'm managing it, and I will continue to manage it. But she's in the peripheral edges of my awareness more than I'd prefer. And when Edward brings the emotional weight of his interaction with her into the house, I feel that too, on top of my own response. It's manageable. I simply want you to know the actual situation rather than the situation as I've been presenting it. Carlile held his gaze steadily. I appreciate you telling me that. Is there anything you need from me to make it more manageable? More hunting, Jasper said simply. More frequent than our current schedule. If I'm as replenished as possible at all times, the margin is wider. Then we'll hunt more frequently, Carlile said. I'll arrange it. Jasper nodded once, and that was the end of the conversation in the way that Jasper's conversations often ended. The necessary things said, no more. The meeting adjourned cleanly. Carlile watched him go and sat for a while afterward in the quiet of his study, thinking about the particular complexity of their household. 6 people managing their natures every day, each in their individual way, with individual costs and individual strategies, and all of it now reorganizing itself around the gravitational pull of a human girl who was doing nothing more complicated than existing in proximity to them. Rosalie was the hardest to witness during this period, not because her anger was surprising, but because the thing beneath it was so familiar to Carlile and so unresolvable. She said very little directly to him about Bella, which was itself the measure of how much she was thinking about her. Rosalie's silences were expressive in inverse proportion to her usual precision with words. And this particular silence was loud with things she was deciding not to say in his presence. He did not push her. He understood her position with the specific comprehension of someone who had transformed her, who bore the particular responsibility of having made a decision that had consequences she had to live with, and he only had to watch. She came to his study on a Sunday evening, which he had not expected, and stood in the doorway for a moment before speaking. "I'm not going to pretend I'm not worried," she said. "I know you're not," Carlisle said. "Sit down, Rosalie." She sat with a particular grace that was as natural to her as breathing, and folded her hands in her lap and looked at him with a direct, unflinching gaze that was her most characteristic expression. "She's going to find out what we are," Rosalie said, "if she hasn't already pieced most of it together. And when she does, we will have a human who knows, and that means we will have a problem that doesn't have a clean solution." "I know," Carlisle said. "The Volturi," she said. "I know that too. And Edward is going to..." She stopped, started again. "He isn't going to be able to walk away from this. I can see that already. Whatever happens, he's not going to be able to choose the family's safety over her. And that puts all of us in a position that none of us agreed to be in." Carlisle was quiet for a moment, because she was right, and she deserved to have her rightness acknowledged rather than argued with. "You're correct," he said, "about most of that. Edward is not going to be able to walk away, and that does create a situation none of us chose." He looked at her steadily. "It also may not end the way you're imagining it will end. I've met her, Rosalie. She's not reckless, and she's not naive. Whatever she comes to understand about us, she's going to understand it carefully." Rosalie's expression did not soften exactly, but something in it shifted. The faintest acknowledgement that she had heard him, that the information was being received even if her conclusions were not changing. "I just need you to know that I see the risk," she said, "even if no one else is saying it." "I see it too," Carlisle said. "I'm grateful someone is saying it out loud." She left without further conversation, which was how Rosalie handled things she had said what she needed to say about. Carlisle remained in his chair and thought about everything she had named. The Volturi, the exposure, and the absence of clean solutions, and thought about it with the clear-eyed steadiness of someone who has survived 3 centuries by being honest with himself about the nature of the problems he was facing. The problem was real, the risk was real, and the other thing was also real. The thing he had seen in Edward's face in the hospital corridor, in the quality of his piano playing in the evenings, in the way Jasper had described his emotional state as devotion rather than infatuation. That was real too. And Carlisle had learned across the long span of his existence that the real things on both sides of a situation had to be held simultaneously if you were going to navigate the situation honestly. Emmett was the uncomplicated bright point of this period, as he was the uncomplicated bright point of most periods. His thoughts about the developing situation between Edward and Bella were straightforward in the way that Emmett's thoughts about most things were straightforward. He found it interesting. He was enjoying the novelty of Edward being visibly affected by something, and he was fundamentally unbothered by the complications, because Emmett's relationship with complications was to trust that they would resolve, and in the meantime, not to let them interfere with the business of existing contentedly. Carlisle was grateful for him in the specific way he was always grateful for Emmett, which was the gratitude of someone who understands that a household of complicated people needs at least one person for whom things are not complicated. Edward came to him again on a Friday evening, and this conversation was different from the previous ones, and we did not sit down. He stood by the window of Carlile's study and looked at the dark forest outside and spoke with the careful, deliberate quality of someone who has decided to be more honest than they have been. "I followed her home," Edward said. Carlile did not react. "When?" "Multiple times, starting about 2 weeks ago." He turned from the window. "I've also been going to her house at night, after Charlie's asleep." A pause. "I've been watching her sleep, Carlile." The silence that followed was not judgmental. Carlile had too much experience with the specific textures of obsession and attachment, having observed them in humans for 3 centuries, to perform shock at what Edward was describing. It was not admirable behavior. It was also the behavior of someone experiencing something they had no framework for. Something that had arrived without warning and exceeded every boundary they had prepared themselves to manage. "Does she know?" Carlile asked. "She may suspect something," Edward said. "She said things that suggest she's aware of being watched. But I don't think she knows it's me specifically." He paused. "She doesn't seem frightened." "That's consistent with what I observed," Carlile said. He looked at his son carefully. "Edward, I'm not going to tell you that what you're doing is appropriate, because it isn't. You know that already. What I am going to tell you is that the impulse driving it, the need to be near her, the need to ensure she's safe, is something I understand, and that what you do with that impulse, how you choose to act on it or redirect it, is going to matter enormously for what this becomes." Edward was quiet. "You have to tell her something," Carlile said. "Not everything, not yet. But she's asking questions you can see in her face even when she doesn't ask them aloud, and she deserves something honest to work with. She's earned that by being the kind of person who asks rather than the kind who looks away." "I know," Edward said. His voice was low and held the particular quality of someone who has been telling themselves something difficult for long enough that they have stopped arguing with it and are simply waiting for the courage to act on it. "I know I have to tell her." "When you're ready," Carlile said. "Not before. But Edward, don't let not ready become a reason to wait indefinitely. She won't wait indefinitely. She's not built that way." Edward almost smiled at that. It was the barest movement at the corner of his mouth, and there and gone. But Carlile caught it and held it privately as evidence of something he had been hoping to see. His son, amused by a human girl's tenacity. His son, finding the specific qualities of a specific person worth smiling about. It was a small thing. It was also in the long arithmetic of Edward's 100 years of joyless existence, not a small thing at all. The weeks continued their quiet accumulation. Spring approached Forks with its characteristic reluctance, the rain not lessening but shifting in quality, the light beginning to last slightly longer in the evenings. Carlile drove to the hospital and back and sat in his study and hunted in the mountains on weekends and watched his family move through the ordinary and extraordinary business of their lives. He spoke to each of them as they needed speaking to, and listened as they needed listening to, and maintained the steady presence that was his primary contribution to the household in times of uncertainty. And every evening, in the hour before Esme came to find him, and the day formally ended, he sat at his window and thought about a girl from Phoenix, who was quietly, without apparent effort or intention, changing everything, He thought about what she represented, not just to Edward, but to all of them. The intrusion of the human world into the careful isolation they had built. The possibility of genuine connection across the boundary they had spent decades maintaining. The danger and the gift arriving in the same person, inseparable, asking them all to decide what they were willing to risk for what they were hoping to gain. He did not have an answer yet. He was still, carefully and honestly, working toward one. That was all he could do. That, and continue being the steady one, the one who held the room, the one whose steadiness made it possible for everyone else to breathe. He was good at it. He'd been practicing for a very long time. The invitation was Edward's idea, which surprised Carlile slightly, and then, upon reflection, did not surprise him at all. Edward had been moving toward this decision for several days before he made it, and Carlile had watched the approach of it the way he watched most things in his household, without comment, without intervention, trusting that the process of arriving at the decision was as important as the decision itself. Edward needed to choose to bring Bella into their home. It could not be suggested or engineered or gently nudged into existence. It had to come from him, freely, and with full understanding of what it meant, because anything less than that would be a foundation too thin to build on. When Edward told him on a Thursday evening with the particular directness he used, when he had made up his mind and was informing rather than consulting, Carlile received it with the calm that was his first and most practiced response to significant news. He asked one question. "Have you told her what to expect?" "Enough," Edward said. "Enough meaning she won't be blindsided by anything she encounters. Enough meaning she knows what we are and what that means in a room together," Edward said. "She knows Jasper will keep his distance. She knows Rosalie is complicated. She knows it won't be a normal afternoon." Carlile nodded. That was in fact enough, and the rest she would have to discover by being present, and discovery in person was always more useful than preparation by description. He spoke to the family that evening, individually, in the order that felt right. Esme first, because Esme was the easiest, and because speaking to her first settled him, gave him the stable ground from which he could approach the more difficult conversations. She received the news with the immediate, uncomplicated warmth that was her natural response to anything that promised connection. She asked what Bella liked to eat, and began mentally planning a hospitality that Carlile gently reminded her they were not themselves equipped to provide, which made Esme laugh in the quiet way she had, and then say she would make sure there was something human in the kitchen regardless. Emmett was next, and predictably uncomplicated. He wanted to know if he could ask her about the van incident from her perspective, because he had heard Edward's account and found it extremely entertaining and wanted the other side of it. Carlile said he could ask, within reason. Emmett's definition of within reason and Carlile's were not identical, but Emmett's instincts with people were generally better than his advanced planning suggested they would be, so Carlile let it rest there. Alice required no instruction and minimal conversation. She had been seeing fragments of the afternoon for days and arrived at Carlisle's study door already knowing most of what he was going to say. She was managing, she told him, the specific frustration of being able to see the shape of the afternoon, but not the details involving Bella directly. She knew it would go well in the broad sense. The specifics were soft as always, when Bella was at the center of them. She asked Carlisle if she could take Bella upstairs at some point to show her the house properly, and Carlisle said that was Bella's choice to make if Alice offered it, which was answer enough for Alice, who had likely already seen Bella accepting. Jasper came to him without being sought, appearing at the study door after the others had been spoken to, his posture carrying the military precision that intensified when he was managing something he considered a tactical challenge. Carlisle had already planned to speak with him last and found, as he often did with Jasper, that Jasper had anticipated the conversation and arrived prepared to have it efficiently. "I'll stay to the edges of the room," Jasper said. "I won't initiate contact. I'll manage my responses and I'll use my gift as carefully as I can without being obvious about it, keeping the room's emotional temperature manageable without manipulating her specifically. She deserves to feel what she actually feels." "That's exactly right," Carlisle said. "Thank you, Jasper." "I want it to go well," Jasper said, simply and without elaboration, which from Jasper was the equivalent of a longer declaration. Rosalie he approached last and with the most care. He found her in the garage, which was where she went when she was processing something she did not want to discuss, and he sat on a workbench and waited until she acknowledged him, which she did after several minutes by setting down the part she was working with and turning to face him with the expression of someone who has decided to get an anticipated conversation over with. "I'm not going to make a scene," she said. "I know you're not," Carlisle said. "I'm also not going to pretend to be delighted about it, because that would be dishonest, and she'd see through it anyway from what Edward says about her." "I'm not asking you to pretend anything," Carlisle said. "I'm asking you to be civil. There's a significant distance between those two things, and you are more than capable of occupying it." Rosalie looked at him for a moment. "She's going to end up as one of us," she said. "You know that. This isn't heading anywhere else." "I don't know that," Carlisle said, which was the honest answer. "And neither do you. What I know is that she's coming to our home as Edward's guest, and as a person who has done nothing to deserve hostility. Whatever happens after this afternoon, that's what today is." Rosalie turned back to her work, which was her way of indicating the conversation was over and she had heard him. Carlisle left the garage feeling the particular mixture of respect and sorrow that Rosalie consistently inspired in him. Respect for her honesty and her refusal to perform feelings she did not have, and sorrow for the grief that lived beneath the honesty, and had been living there since 1933, with no sign of diminishing. Saturday arrived with the overcast grey that was Fawkes's most reliable atmospheric offering. Carlisle spent the morning at the hospital completing paperwork he had been deferring, which was both genuinely necessary and a way of giving himself something organised and purposeful to do while the hours before the afternoon's event passed. He returned home at midday and moved through the house with the quiet attentiveness of someone checking a space before an important occasion. Not because anything needed to be changed or arranged, but because the act of moving through it settled him. He heard the car before it reached the house. Edward's Volvo, the engine note familiar after years, pulling up the drive with a slightly slower pace that suggested Edward was giving Bella time to see the house as they approached it. Carlisle positioned himself in the main room and did not go to the window, because going to the window would have been surveillance, and this was not that. He simply stood in the room that was the center of the house and waited. And the waiting took approximately 40 seconds, which was nothing to a man who had been waiting for things across 3 centuries, and everything to a man who understood that what was about to happen mattered. The front door opened and Edward brought her in. Carlile's first impression, seeing her in the full context of their home rather than the clinical context of the hospital, was of someone who was genuinely trying, not performing composure. Performing composure had a specific quality he had learned to recognize across centuries of watching humans manage difficult situations, but actually working in real time to be present and functional in circumstances that were objectively unusual. Her heartbeat was elevated, on which he was aware of the way he was always peripherally aware of the heartbeats of humans in his immediate vicinity, and her color was slightly high, but her posture was deliberate, and her eyes were moving through the room with the careful, interested attention he had observed in the hospital. She was taking it in, not flinching from it, not retreating into pleasantries as a defense against having to actually see anything. Looking at it directly and filing what she found. He descended the last of the stairs and crossed the room towards her, and he gave her his warmest professional smile, the one that had put frightened patients at ease for centuries, and that he meant on this occasion with complete sincerity. "Bella," he said, extending his hand. "It's wonderful to have you here. How are you feeling? The leg has been healing well. I hope." She shook his hand with a steadiness that pleased him, meeting his eyes directly. "Much better, thank you. It barely bothers me anymore." A brief pause, and then, with the honesty he was coming to recognize as characteristic, "Your house is extraordinary. I don't think I expected." She stopped, reconsidered, started again. "I didn't know what I expected, but this wasn't it." "Esme's work," Carlile said, turning slightly to draw Esme into the introduction naturally. "She has an extraordinary gift for spaces." Esme stepped forward, and Carlile watched Bella receive her. Watch the moment when Esme's particular quality of warmth landed, the way it always landed with people, as something that felt simultaneously immediate and credible. Esme was not performing maternal warmth. She felt it, genuinely and already, for this girl standing in her house with elevated heartbeat and careful eyes, and it came through without effort. "We've been looking forward to meeting you properly," Esme said. "Edward has told us a great deal about you." "I hope not everything," Bella said, and the trace of humor in it was unexpected enough that Esme laughed, and something in the room relaxed a degree. The introductions moved around the room. Emmett from his armchair, with the broad grin of someone who found the entire situation genuinely delightful and was not trying particularly hard to conceal it. "So you're the one who tried to get hit by a van," he said. "Good reflexes, by the way." Bella looked at him for a beat, calibrating. "I don't think those were my reflexes," she said. Emmett's grin widened. He liked her. Carlile could see it immediately. Liked her for the directness, for the refusal to accept the offered version of events, for answering the implicit challenge in his comment with something equally direct. He shot a glance at Edward that Carlile intercepted from across the room. A glance that said, "This is interesting," in the specific Emmett register of interested, which was warm and uncomplicated and entirely genuine. Alice introduced herself with the barely contained energy of someone who had been waiting for this specific moment for weeks, which she had been, and Jasper inclined his head from his position near the far wall with the measured courtesy of someone keeping a precise and intentional distance. Bella looked at him with the perceptiveness that Carlile had come to anticipate from her, clocking the distance and the reason for it, with a quickness that suggested Edward had prepared her at least partially for this. Rosalie stood near the window, as she had said she would stand, and offered Bella a nod that was cool but not openly hostile, which was by Rosalie's standards and in the context of her private feelings about the afternoon, a significant effort that Carlile recognized and noted. They settled into the main room, and Carlile took the natural position that conversations in his household always gave him. The organizing intelligence of the gathering, the one who kept the architecture of the interaction manageable without making the management visible. He asked Bella questions with the genuine curiosity he felt, because he was genuinely curious and had been for weeks. Her time in Phoenix, her mother, the adjustment to Forks, which he understood from long experience to be a particular kind of transition, from sun and warmth and the open geography of the Southwest to the enclosed, perpetually damp world of the Olympic Peninsula. "Do you miss the sun?" he asked. "Every day," she said, without hesitation and without self-consciousness about the admission. "I didn't realize how much I'd miss it till it was gone. It's a physical thing. You stop noticing something until it isn't there, and then you notice the absence of it constantly." Carlile absorbed this with the interior recognition of someone who had spent centuries in rain-soaked northern climates, specifically because the sun's absence was useful to him, and who was only now hearing it described from this angle, considering what that absence cost the humans around him. "That's a very precise way of describing it," he said. "It's just true," she said. Which was, he was learning, her default justification for precision. If a thing was accurate, the accuracy required no apology or elaborate framing. At some point in the middle of the afternoon, Bella turned to him with a look he had learned to recognize, the look of a question that had been waiting for the right moment, and said, "Edward told me a little about your history, how you came to live this way. Is it all right if I ask you about it?" "Of course," Carlile said. "I've had a long time to make peace with my history. I don't find it difficult to discuss." He told her the parts that were most relevant: the 17th century, London, his father, the alley and the bite and the cellar and the burning, the years of attempting to end what had begun, the discovery in the forest, the deer, the realization that a different way of living was possible. He watched her face as he spoke, which was his habit and his necessity, the physician's instinct for reading the patient's response to what is being said. What he saw was not the pity that the story sometimes produced in people who heard parts of it, and not the horror that the more dramatic parts occasionally generated. What he saw was the thing he had observed in the hospital and had been looking for since. Genuine compassion, offered cleanly, without the performance of compassion and without the discomfort of someone who is feeling more than they know how to hold. She was listening the way Edward could not listen. From inside her own unreadable silence, processing the story privately and offering him only the expression and not the internal commentary. "You chose to become a doctor," she said when he finished. After everything, you chose to spend your life around the thing that's most difficult for you. I chose to be useful, Carlile said. The difficulty was part of the point. If I could be useful in the hardest possible context, it was evidence that the choice I'd made was real, not performed, actually real. She nodded slowly, and he could see her fitting this into something larger she was building in her own mind. And the others, she said carefully, you made that choice for them too, being useful to them. I tried to, he said. Whether I always succeeded is a question I live with differently for each of them. She did not press further, which was one of her particular skills. Knowing when she had reached the edge of what a question could be and stopping there rather than pushing past it. He respected it enormously. The afternoon began to soften toward evening, and Carlile felt the shift in the room that indicated the visit was finding its natural conclusion. The conversation had been real, not merely polite, not the careful performance of normalcy that family introductions so often were, but genuinely substantive. He had learned things about Bella, and she had learned things about them, and the learning had gone in both directions, without either party having to manage it into being. He walked them to the door when Edward was ready to take her home. Down at the door, Bella turned to him with an expression that was slightly more open than the controlled attention she had maintained for most of the afternoon. "Thank you," she said, "for letting me come here, for talking to me the way you did." A brief pause. "For treating me like someone capable of handling the actual truth." Carlile looked at her for a moment. "You are capable of it," he said. "That much has been clear since the hospital." She held his gaze for a beat, and then she smiled. A real one, not the careful social version, and went with Edward to the car. Carlile stood in the doorway and watched the Volvo disappear down the drive and into the trees, and then he went back inside to his family. Esme was already in the kitchen, occupied with something she had decided needed doing, and Emmett was telling Alice what he thought of Bella in the unedited, enthusiastic terms he used when he had made up his mind about something. Jasper had retreated to the back of the house, the necessary distance re-established, but Carlile had seen his face at the end of the afternoon, and it had been for Jasper relatively unclouded. Rosalie was not in the main room, which was expected, and Carlile would speak with her later, which she also expected. There was a conversation coming between them about what the afternoon had shown her, and he was willing to let it arrive on her schedule. He went to his study and sat at his desk and allowed himself, quietly and privately, to feel what the afternoon had produced in him. Not quite relief, not quite joy, something more measured than either of those things, and the confirmation of what he had been assembling from fragments for weeks. That this girl was real and serious and good, and that whatever was coming because of her presence in their lives was going to require everything they had, and was also, possibly, worth it. He opened his book. He did not read for some time. He simply sat in the quiet of his study with the confirmation settling around him like something earned, and waited for the evening to proceed. The storm had been building for 2 days before Alice saw it clearly enough to make the announcement. Carlile had been aware of it in the peripheral way he was aware of most weather in Forks, as background information, useful for planning, but rarely urgent, and the climate of this particular corner of the world being so consistently overcast that a coming storm was less an event than a variation in degree. But Alice's storms were different from meteorological ones. When Alice announced a storm, she meant the kind that came with thunder substantial enough to cover the sounds of 7 vampires playing baseball at full capacity. And that kind of storm was an event worth paying attention to. She found him in his study on Friday evening, already bright with the anticipation that the game always produced in her, her visions apparently showing her enough of the coming night to generate genuine excitement. "Sunday evening," she said, without preamble. "The storm comes in around 7. It'll be perfect by 8. "How long will it last?" Carlile asked. "Long enough," she said. 4 hours at minimum, maybe 5. He nodded and set down his pen. "We'll plan for Sunday then." The game was one of the few things that belonged entirely to them, not to the performance of humanity, not to the careful management of appearances, not to any of the dozen strategic considerations that shaped most of what the Cullens did in and around Forks. The game was simply theirs, an expression of what they actually were, played at the speed and force that their nature made possible, requiring a thunderstorm to conceal the sounds of it, not because they were ashamed of those sounds, but because the sounds were honest, and honesty of that particular kind was not survivable in a world that was not ready for it. Carlile loved the game for this reason more than any other. It was one of the rare places where the gap between what they were and what they pretended to be closed entirely. Alice mentioned Bella on Saturday morning, slipping it into the conversation with the casualness she used, when she had already seen how something would be received and was simply fulfilling the formality of the asking. "I think we should invite Bella," she said. Over breakfast, no one was eating. "She should see us, really see us." Carlile looked at her across the table. "Has Edward asked her?" "He's going to," Alice said. "I've seen it. I just wanted you to know first." He thought about it for a moment, seriously and without immediate reaction. Bella at the game meant Bella in the wilderness, with 7 vampires operating at full capacity in the dark, in a storm, with none of the careful social scaffolding that made their home visits manageable. It was a different kind of exposure than the afternoon in the house had been. More honest, potentially more frightening, certainly more revealing. It was also, he concluded after sitting with it, the right thing. If Bella was going to be part of their world in any meaningful sense, she needed to see the full version of it, not just the domesticated edges. And Edward had said, in one of their late evening conversations, that she had specifically asked to see him without the restraint, that she wanted to know the real version of what they were. Carlile believed in honoring that kind of request. He had spent too many centuries watching the damage done by carefully curated truths. "Tell Edward to make sure she understands it will be cold and wet and very loud," he said, "and that she stays on the perimeter during play. Non-negotiable." "Already seen," Alice said, and smiled. Sunday arrived with the grey building pressure of a serious Pacific storm moving inland from the coast. By afternoon, the clouds had stacked themselves into the dense formations that preceded real weather. And by early evening, the first thunder was rolling across the mountains in the low, continuous way that suggested the storm was not passing through but settling in. Carlile loaded the jeep alongside Emmett and Jasper, the familiar preparations for the game carrying their own particular pleasure the ease of a ritual repeated across decades, the shorthand of people who know each other's roles without requiring discussion. He had made sure everyone hunted that morning. He had been explicit about it, gathering the family the previous evening and stating it without ambiguity. They would all hunt before the game, fully, without exception, and they would do so with the understanding that Bella would be present in the clearing. This was not a precaution he felt the need to justify at length. The family understood the reasoning, and they complied with it in their various ways. Even Rosalie had gone out before dawn, which Carlile noted without comment, and was grateful for without making the gratitude visible. Bella arrived with Edward as the storm reached full intensity, the thunder now regular and close, the rain coming in the heavy, serious sheets that meant business. Carlile watched her emerge from the car with the observational attention he maintained whenever she was present, reading her body language for signs of the fear that the situation objectively warranted, and finding, as he had come to expect, something more complicated than fear. She was apprehensive. He could see it in the way she held her shoulders and the deliberateness of her breathing. But she was also present, actually present, looking at the clearing and the sky, and the 7 vampires arranging themselves for a game with the focused attention of someone who has decided they want to understand what they are seeing. He crossed to her directly, which was his deliberate choice. Let her find a familiar face first. The doctor from the hospital, the one she had spoken with most substantively in the house, and give her an anchor before the game began and the anchors became less available. "It's good to have you here," he said, and meant it simply. "Has Edward explained the basic structure of what you're about to watch?" "Enough that I'm not expecting anything like a normal game," she said. "That's accurate," Carlile said. "The rules are essentially the same. The execution is somewhat different." He paused, considering how to say the next thing accurately, without making it more alarming than it needed to be. "The sounds you'll hear when we make contact with the ball, or with each other, are going to be startling. I want you to know that in advance, so that when it happens, you have context for it, rather than just reaction." She nodded, seriously, absorbing the preparation as she absorbed most information, with the focused reception of someone who intends to use it. "How loud?" she asked. "Loud enough that we need a thunderstorm to play," he said. Something moved through her expression. Not quite amusement, but its precursor, the recognition of something that was simultaneously absurd and completely logical. "Right," she said. "That makes sense, actually." He left her at the edge of the tree line with Edward close by and took his position for the start of the game. The moment he stepped away from the domestic register and into the physical one, something shifted in him that it always shifted. The release of the held quality that being careful required, the permission to simply be what he was in the fullest physical sense. He had been practicing restraint for 3 centuries. The game was the place where restraint was temporarily and fully suspended, and the suspension was, every time, a relief that went deeper than he could adequately articulate. Esme took the pitcher's position with the calm authority that was her particular quality in the game. She was not the most powerful of them, but she was the most precise, and precision at the speeds they played made her the most effective. Her first pitch to Carlile crossed the clearing at a velocity that would have been invisible to human eyes, and the crack of his bat connecting with it was not a sound so much as a concussion, a compression of air that rolled out across the clearing and was immediately swallowed by the thunder above them. He ran, full speed, unrestrained, covering ground at the rate that his body was designed to cover it, and that it was almost never permitted to cover in the vicinity of humans who could not know what they were seeing. The ball had gone deep into the forest line on the far side of the clearing, and he tracked it by sound and trajectory, was under it before it completed its arc, caught it with one hand while barely slowing his stride. He heard Alice call the out from the pitcher's mound and felt the familiar satisfaction of a well-executed play, and jogged back toward the center of the clearing with the particular lightness that the game always produced. He caught Bella's expression from across the clearing as he returned. She was watching with her arms crossed against the rain, and her eyes tracking his movement with an attention that was not the apprehension he might have expected, but something far more interesting. She was watching the way she had watched his hands in the hospital, trying to understand, trying to see how the pieces fit. He permitted himself a brief moment of pleasure at the sight of it, and then the game continued and his attention returned to the field. Emmett batted in the third rotation, and the crack of his contact was the loudest of all of them, a sound that went beyond noise into something that had physical dimension that could be felt in the chest. The ball disappeared into the clouds, literally into the cloud cover, which happened occasionally when Emmett was at full force. And both Rosalie and Jasper launched from the clearing in opposite directions to track it, moving with the full speed that made them from the tree line essentially invisible. Carlile heard Bella's sharp intake of breath from across the clearing at this, and he understood it. Seeing two people simply cease to be present in the space they had occupied a fraction of a second before was not a sight that had any referent in ordinary human experience. Rosalie came down with the ball after a collision with Jasper that would have destroyed anything made of lesser material. The two of them hitting each other with the force of a small vehicle accident and separating without injury, both reaching for the catch. Rosalie's hand closed on it first, and she landed with the ball raised, and an expression of competitive satisfaction that was one of the few expressions Carlile ever saw on her, that was entirely unguarded. He was tracking toward the far side of the clearing to field an Esme hit, when Alice went still. He knew before he turned around. The specific quality of Alice's stillness was as readable to him as a language he had been fluent in for decades. Not the small stillness of a minor vision, but the deep, comprehensive freeze of something significant, demanding her full attention. He was already moving toward her, already shifting from game mode back to assessment mode, before she came back to herself. The game stopped without anyone saying it should stop. That was the thing about their family that Carlile had always valued. The way they functioned as a single integrated system in the moments that required it. Each of them reading the environment and adjusting without needing the adjustment to be announced. Alice's eyes found his immediately. 3, she said, coming from the north tree line. They heard us. They're curious. A pause, and in the pause, he read the part she was not yet saying. One of them is a tracker, Carlile. I can feel the shape of it in the vision even if I can't see it fully, and they've scented the clearing. Carlile did not look at Bella. Not yet. Looking at Bella would direct attention toward her, and directing attention toward her was the last thing he wanted to do in the next 60 seconds. Positions, he said quietly, right in the register that carried to vampire ears without carrying further. Standard formation, relaxed. We're hosting, not defending. The family moved with the efficiency of people who had been living together for decades, taking up the loose, apparently casual arrangement that was in fact precisely calculated. A formation that presented a welcoming face to strangers while placing the most physically capable members in the positions most useful for rapid response if welcoming became insufficient. Bella was at the tree line, too exposed. He needed her closer to the center of the family's formation, needed Edward between her and whatever was coming. But any movement toward her now would be visible to the approaching vampires and would signal exactly what she was before he had a chance to control that revelation. And he caught Edward's eye with the smallest possible shift of attention and saw that Edward had already heard them, was already listening to their thoughts, his expression carrying the controlled intensity of someone receiving information that he is simultaneously processing and concealing. Edward moved to Bella's side with what would appear to be casual ease and positioned himself between her and the northern tree line with a naturalness that would read, to a stranger, as simple proximity. Carlile exhaled slowly and fixed his expression into the warm, open reception he had perfected across 3 centuries of navigating unexpected encounters with other vampires. He thought very briefly and very clearly about what Alice had said. A tracker. He had encountered trackers only a few times in his long existence and had read about them extensively in the accumulated records of their kind. He knew what the word meant in practical terms. He knew what it meant for the girl standing behind his son at the edge of the clearing. He filed that knowledge away and did not let it reach his face. The 3 figures emerged from the trees exactly where Alice had indicated, moving with the fluid ease that all vampires possessed, but that, in the clearing with the storm raging overhead, looked particularly other. The one in front was dark-skinned, aristocratic in his bearing, with a particular combination of confidence and deliberate non-aggression that Carlile recognized as the posture of someone who has learned that making other vampires comfortable was generally more useful than making them afraid. Behind him moved a woman with red hair that the rain had done nothing to tame, her eyes scanning the clearing with a rapid, comprehensive attention that Carlile filed as tactical intelligence rather than casual curiosity. And behind her, the third, large, pale, honey-haired, wearing a pleasant expression that his eyes did not support. Carlile knew what he was looking at before they had crossed half the clearing. He had been right to file the knowledge away. He was going to need every bit of his composure for the next several minutes. The dark-haired one raised one hand in the universal gesture of non-hostile approach. "We heard your game from some distance," he said, his voice carrying a French-inflected elegance that suggested an origin both old and continental. "I am Laurent. These are Victoria and James. We hoped you might welcome the company." "I'm Carlile," he said, extending the warmth that he genuinely felt, in part, toward Laurent at least, whose desire for peaceful interaction was evident and readable. "This is my family. You're welcome here." He paused precisely, though I'm afraid the game was nearly concluded for the evening. Laurent's eyes moved across the Cullens with a catalogue assessment of someone accustomed to reading other vampires quickly. He noted the size of the coven. Carlile could see it registering, the surprise at the number, the recalibration of assumptions. A permanent coven, Laurent said. Quite unusual in this region. You've established territory here? We maintain a home nearby, Carlile said. We find the area suits our needs well. He was aware, with every part of him that was not engaged in the diplomacy of the conversation, of James. James had not spoken. James had barely moved since emerging from the tree line, and the stillness was the wrong kind of stillness. Not the controlled stillness of a vampire managing its responses, but the locked, loaded stillness of something that has found its target and is currently deciding when to move. His eyes were not on Carlile. They were not on any of the Cullens. The wind shifted. It happened in the space of a breath, the direction changing by perhaps 30 degrees, enough to send the air current from Bella's position directly across the clearing toward the three newcomers. Carlile saw it happen before he could prevent it. Saw the moment the scent reached James. I saw every line of the tracker's body change. In the fraction of a second it took the information to arrive and be processed and become intention. Edward's snarl split the clearing before Carlile could speak. Raw and territorial, and nothing like the careful register he maintained in human company. It was the sound of something very old and very serious drawing a line that it intended to hold. Carlile kept his voice level. "She is with us," he said, and let every century of his existence settle into the four words. Not a threat, a fact, delivered with a weight that made facts more effective than threats. She is under our protection. Laurent's hands came up, both of them, a gesture that was almost entirely reflexive. The response of someone who has been in enough volatile situations to recognize one and wants very much for it not to escalate. "We intended no offense," he said, and Carlile heard the genuine quality of the apology beneath the diplomatic register. Laurent was not performing discomfort. He was actually uncomfortable, which was useful information. Victoria had moved slightly behind James, and Carlile read her position the way he read everything, with precision and without the reading being visible. She was not preparing to attack. She was calculating. There was a significant difference, and in this moment, the difference mattered. James had not moved from his crouch since Edward's snarl had answered the scent on the wind, and his eyes remained on the tree line where Bella stood behind Edward, fixed with the specific quality of attention that Carlile had been hoping not to see and had seen anyway. He understood now, completely and with clinical clarity, what Alice's vision had been reaching toward and had not been able to resolve. This was the shape of it. This was what had been coming. He did not let any of this reach his face. "We were nearly finished for the evening in any case," Carlile said, maintaining the warmth in his voice with the discipline of someone who has been doing this for 300 years. "But if you're passing through and need to know the territory, you'd be welcome to visit our home. We could discuss boundaries and hunting grounds properly over a longer conversation." Laurent accepted this with visible relief. How he glanced back at James, and in the glance was a communication Carlile read clearly. A command, essentially, dressed as a suggestion from someone who understood that James's current state of focus was going to create a problem if it was not interrupted. James straightened from his crouch. Slowly, with the deliberateness of someone choosing to concede a tactical point rather than genuinely disengaging, his eyes finally moving from the tree line to Carlile with an expression of pleasant interest that did not touch the calculation behind it. "Until then," James said, and his voice was smooth and social, and told Carlile absolutely nothing about his intentions that his body language had not already told him everything about. And Laurent guided them back toward the tree line with the careful management of someone who has decided that retreat is the intelligent option and is implementing it before anyone changes their mind. The three of them disappeared into the trees with the speed that made the disappearance look like dissolution. There and then, simply not there. And the clearing was left with the thunder and the rain, and 7 vampires and 1 human, and the particular quality of silence that follows something that has not yet finished happening. Carlile turned to his family, and his voice was quiet and completely steady. "We leave now," he said, calmly, together. He crossed the clearing to where Bella stood, and he looked at her with the direct, honest attention he had given her in the hospital and in his study and at the table in his home. And he said what was true without softening it into something less accurate. "You handled that well," he said. "We're going to get you somewhere safe, and then we're going to have a conversation about what comes next." She looked back at him with eyes that were frightened and clear and completely present. "Okay," she said. It was, he thought, exactly the right answer. He was going to need her to keep giving exactly that answer in the hours ahead, and he believed she would. He'd believed it since the hospital, since the first time she had asked after someone else before asking after herself. He walked with her to the vehicles, and his mind was already moving ahead to what needed to happen next, and beneath the planning was the thing he allowed himself to feel only briefly and then set aside. The cold, a specific fear of someone who has seen the shape of a tracker's attention and knows precisely what that attention means. He set it aside. There was too much to do for fear to be useful yet. The planning session lasted 40 minutes. Carlile ran it from the center of the living room with the focused efficiency of someone who understands that the window between a threat identified and a threat acted upon is the most important window available, and that filling it with anything other than decisive action is a form of surrender. The family gathered around him with the particular quality of attention they gave to genuine emergencies. No performance, no social register, just the clean, direct engagement of people who have lived long enough to know the difference between a problem that can wait and one that cannot. He laid it out in the order that it needed to be understood. James was a tracker, and a tracker's defining characteristic was not speed or strength, but persistence. The absolute undeviating commitment to a chosen target that did not respond to obstacles the way ordinary threat response did. Obstacles were not deterrents to a tracker. They were complications to be solved, variables to be managed, and the solving and managing would continue for as long as the target existed and the tracker remained. This was not temperament. This was nature, as fundamental to what James was as the thirst itself, and it needed to be understood that way, rather than as a choice he might reconsider. "He won't give up," Carlile said, looking around the room at each of them in turn. "I want that to be the foundation of everything we decide tonight. He will not give up. Whatever we do, we do with that fact at the center of it. Then we destroy him, Emmett said, with the directness that was his primary mode. Tonight, before he has time to plan. We don't know where he is, Jasper said. He was standing with his back against the far wall, his arms crossed, his posture carrying the specific quality of someone accessing military training rather than simply thinking. And 3 against 1 in open terrain, when the one is a tracker who's already had time to assess the environment, is not as favorable as it sounds. He'll have moved the moment he left the clearing. He's already calculating. Jasper is right, Carlile said. A direct pursuit tonight, without intelligence about his location and intentions, advantages him rather than us. He knows we'll come after him. He'll be prepared for it. Then what? Emmett asked. Not argumentatively, but with the genuine desire for the next piece of the plan that Emmett always brought to tactical conversations. Carlile had been forming the answer since the moment the 3 nomads had disappeared into the trees at the baseball clearing. He had been running through it in the part of his mind that operated beneath the surface of conversations, the part that was always a step ahead when it needed to be. We separate Bella from us entirely and immediately, he said. We give her a different location, a different direction, and we make James believe he knows where she is going when in fact he does not. While he follows the false trail, Alice and Jasper take her to Phoenix. And the false trail? Jasper asked. Emmett and Edward and I will run north, Carlile said. Come into Canada if necessary. We make it convincing, not too easy to follow, not impossible. The way a family would actually try to hide someone, with the kind of mistakes that fear and urgency produce. We make him think he's seeing through our concealment, when in fact the concealment is exactly what we want him to see. There was a brief silence in which the plan was examined by 6 minds simultaneously. It might work, Jasper said, with the measured tone of someone applying professional judgment rather than hope. If the trail is well constructed, he's smart. He'll be suspicious of anything too obvious. It needs to feel like genuine misdirection rather than a decoy. It will, Carlile said, because we're going to commit to it completely. We're not going to do it halfway and hope he doesn't notice the halfness. We're going to run that trail as if Bella's life depends on the quality of our acting, because it does. He looked at Edward then, because Edward was the conversation he needed to have privately within the larger conversation, the piece of the planning that required the most careful handling. Edward's face was controlled in the way it got when he was managing something enormous. The particular marble quality of his expression when the alternative to perfect control was something he could not afford. Edward, Carlile said, you run with us. Edward's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. I should go with Bella. I know that's what you want, Carlile said, and I need you to understand why you can't. He held his son's gaze with the steady directness of someone who is about to say something that will be difficult to hear and is not going to soften it. James is going to be listening to this house, to this family, to every decision we make in the next several hours. If you go with Bella, he knows immediately that she is the priority, knows that wherever you are is where she is. You are the signal, Edward. Your presence beside her is the most accurate locator he has. The best thing you can do for her tonight is to be very visibly somewhere else. The silence that followed had a particular quality. Carlile watched his son absorb the logic of this. watched him hold it against the instinct that was screaming in the opposite direction, and watched him do the thing that was one of the most genuinely difficult things a person could do. Accept a correct argument against every feeling he had. Jasper and Alice are enough, Carlile continued more quietly. Jasper's training and Alice's foresight are the best protection available. Better in this specific situation than your presence, because your presence makes her findable. Edward turned his head slightly, the way he did when he was listening to something at a range beyond normal hearing. Then he looked back at Carlile. "He's already moving," he said. "He's left the area. I can't hear him anymore." "Then we're already behind schedule," Carlile said. "Alice, take Bella and go. Now tonight, before James has time to position himself on the road south." The departure was rapid and without ceremony, because ceremony was a luxury that the situation did not permit. Alice went to Bella and spoke to her quietly, and Carlile watched from across the room as Bella absorbed what was being said. Watched the fear move through her expression and watched her manage it. The same management he had observed in the hospital and in the clearing. The fundamental steadiness that was her most important characteristic, and that was going to need to hold through considerably more than it had been asked to hold through so far. He crossed to her before she left, because there was something he needed to say directly. "Bella," he said. She looked at him with eyes that were frightened and clear in equal measure. "Alice and Jasper will keep you safe. Trust Jasper's instincts. They are very good, and they've been earned in circumstances that make this one look manageable." He paused. "And trust Alice's visions, even when they're partial. Partial vision is still vision." "Okay," she said. And then, after a moment, "Will you?" She stopped, and he could see her deciding how to finish the sentence. "Will all of you be all right?" He looked at her, this human girl who was afraid for her life and was asking after his family's safety in the same breath, and felt the confirmation of everything he had been observing about her character settle into place with the solidity of something that had been building for a long time. "Yes," he said, "we will be careful, and we will deal with this, and it will be all right." He said it with the weight of a physician, making a commitment rather than offering comfort. "Now go." She went, and Alice went with her, and Jasper followed, and the house was 3 people smaller in a way that felt immediate and specific. Carlile, Edward and Emmett left 40 minutes later, after Rosalie and Esme had been given their instructions. Maintain the house, maintain the routine, make the ordinary life of the Cullen family in Forks appear undisrupted. Rosalie accepted this with the stillness of someone who had a great many things to say, and had decided that none of them were useful in this particular moment. Esme held Carlyle's gaze for several seconds before he left, and in the holding was the entirety of what she would have said if there had been time to say it, and he received it completely. They went north at full speed, into the dark forest of the Olympic Peninsula, 3 vampires moving through old-growth timber at velocities that made the trees into a blur on either side. Carlile ran with the particular physical pleasure he always found in full speed, the sensation of his body doing exactly what it was designed to do, unrestrained without apology. And beneath the pleasure was the continuous working of his mind, assessing the trail they were laying, monitoring the effectiveness of their misdirection, thinking 3 steps ahead. He thought about Edward as they ran. He could not hear his son's thoughts, but he had known Edward for 90 years, and 90 years of close observation produced an intimacy with someone's interior landscape that did not require telepathy. Edward was running beside him with the focused, eye-controlled energy of someone who has made a choice they believe is correct and is finding the correct choice extraordinarily difficult, and the combination of correctness and difficulty was one that Carlile recognized because he had felt it himself more times than he could count across his long existence. Correct choices were not, in his experience, the ones that felt easiest. They were the ones that held up under honest examination, even when they cost the most. "How far east is he?" Carlile asked, between strides, his voice pitched for the two of them. Edward was quiet for a moment, reaching. "I've lost him," he said. "He's beyond my range. He was moving south when I last had him, but whether he's following us or tracking the other route, I can't tell." "Then we commit harder," Carlile said. "I make the trail unmissable." They pushed east toward the mountains, leaving the kind of trail that a frightened coven trying to move quickly would leave. Not sloppy, because the Cullens were not sloppy even in genuine emergency, but visible. Footprints in soft ground where careful movement would have avoided them. Broken branches at the height where a fast-moving person would clip them. The particular signature of bodies that had been here, moving in this direction with purpose. Emmett ran slightly ahead, his massive frame useful for the kind of physical evidence that was hardest to fake because it required actual force to produce. He crashed through undergrowth that a smaller vampire would have navigated more cleanly, leaving the marks of passage that would read, to a skilled tracker examining the trail, as exactly what they were meant to look like. People moving fast, prioritizing speed over concealment. The first night passed in motion. Carlile did not tire, but he was aware of time passing in the way he was always aware of it during operations that had windows. The constant background calculation of how much time remained before variables outside his control began to shift the situation in ways he could not manage. He thought about Alice, moving south with Bella, about Jasper, running his own protective calculations beside them, about the hotel room Alice would find and the cover story she would construct, and the quality of protection that two experienced vampires in a human environment could provide. He thought about the Volturi. He had been thinking about them, privately and continuously, and since the moment he had understood what James was at the baseball clearing. Not because the Volturi were an immediate threat in the way James was an immediate threat. James was here, now, in motion, already pursuing. But because the Volturi were the permanent context within which every other threat had to be understood, Bella knew about vampires. That fact existed, and the Volturi's position on that fact was not ambiguous. The law was clear. Humans who knew were either turned or killed, and the enforcement of this law was not negotiable and was not subject to appeal on the basis of circumstances. He had been deferring this reckoning, he admitted to himself, running through the dark forest at the speed that made the world compress to a blur on either side. He had been managing the immediate situation, the thirst, the attachment, in the meeting, the tracker, and allowing the larger situation to wait, because the larger situation required a kind of conversation that none of them were ready to have yet, and because Bella was not yet in the position to make the decision, that the larger situation would eventually require her to make. But the larger situation was not going to wait much longer. And if James's pursuit ended in the way Carlisle most feared it might, if Bella's knowledge became visible to other vampires beyond his family, if the Volturi's attention was drawn to what was happening in this small corner of the Pacific Northwest, then the deferral would end on someone else's terms rather than theirs. On the second day, Edward went quiet in the specific way that Carlisle had learned to read as incoming information rather than absence of thought. "He's seen through it," Edward said. Carlisle already knew, from the quality of the silence, what was coming. When? Recently, within the last few hours. He's been examining the trail, and he's found the inconsistency. The places where the misdirection was too deliberate, where the mistakes we made were the wrong kind of mistakes for genuine fear. Edward's voice was flat and controlled, and beneath the control was something Carlisle heard clearly. "He's going south. Call Alice," Carlisle said immediately. Edward already had his phone out. Carlisle ran beside him and listened to the one-sided conversation, reading Alice's responses from the pauses and from Edward's expression. She had already seen a shift in James's direction. She was moving Bella, had been preparing to move her before the call came in, which was Alice's particular gift operating at its most useful, not waiting for confirmation, but acting on the partial vision, trusting the fragment. "Phoenix," Edward said, hanging up. He looked at Carlisle with the expression of someone who had just heard something they were afraid of hearing and is now running the implications. "He's figured out Phoenix. Alice doesn't know how. She can't see the specific moment of deduction, but he's heading there." Carlisle processed this without slowing his stride. James had done what a skilled tracker would do, had abandoned the trail when it stopped feeling genuine and had gone back to the source, back to whatever he had observed and filed about Bella in the clearing, and had worked forward from there to a conclusion that was apparently correct. How long ahead of him are Alice and Jasper? "A few hours," Edward said. "Maybe less." "Then we go to Phoenix," Carlisle said. "Now, we don't go back to Forks. We don't regroup. We drive south and we get to Bella before James does." Emmett was already turning, his massive frame pivoting with the fluid ease of someone whose body responded to intention without requiring the intention to be fully formed first. "About time," he said, which was Emmett's way of expressing that he had been waiting for the plan to evolve to the point where it required physical confrontation, which was the point at which Emmett's particular gifts became most directly applicable. They moved south with everything they had. The drive was different from the run, constrained by the need to operate on roads and by the speed limits that existed even when no one was watching, by the physical dimensions of a car that were not designed for the velocity Carlisle wanted to be traveling. He pushed the limits of what was defensible and drove in the particular state of split attention that the situation required. Enough focus on the road to navigate it safely, the rest of his mind on what he was driving toward and what he would find when he arrived. He thought about Edward in the passenger seat, who had been quiet since the call with Alice, with the quality of quiet that Carlisle recognized as someone doing the calculations about what they might be too late to prevent. He thought about how to say something useful to a person in that state, and concluded, as he sometimes did, that the most useful thing was not a thing to say, but simply the steadiness of continued presence. she's still safe, he said at one point, because that was the most important fact available, and Edward needed to hear it stated rather than inferred. For now, Edward said. For now is what we work with, Carlisle said. It's all anyone ever has. Edward was quiet again for a while. Then, if he gets to her before we do, he won't, Carlisle said. Alice will see it coming. Jasper will act on what Alice sees. That is what those two do, and they do it very well. And if Alice can't see it clearly enough, if Bella does something that makes the vision impossible to read. Carlisle held the road and held the question simultaneously, because it was a real question and deserved a real answer. Then Jasper acts on instinct, he said. And Jasper's instincts are among the most reliable in this family. We trust the people we've sent, Edward. We trust them completely, and we drive south, and we get there as fast as we can. The miles passed in the particular compressed way that miles passed when the destination was urgent. Carlisle drove and thought and planned, assembling and reassembling the pieces of what they might find in Phoenix, running scenarios with the methodical thoroughness of someone who has survived 3 centuries, partly through the habit of thinking adversity through before it arrived, whenever the luxury of advanced thought was available. He thought about Bella, about the steadiness he had observed across every encounter they had had, the way she had consistently managed fear without being managed by it. He thought about whether that steadiness would hold in whatever James had planned, and he thought that it probably would, because the quality of a person under pressure was not different from the quality of a person in ordinary circumstances. It was the same quality, amplified, made visible, stripped of the everyday social padding that made it harder to see. What he had seen in Bella Swan, across months of careful observation, was someone whose steadiness was real rather than performed. That was not nothing. In the situation they were driving toward, it might be the most important thing she had. He pressed the accelerator down to the floor of what was defensible and drove south through the night toward whatever was waiting for them in Arizona. And he was afraid, and he was focused, and he was Carlile Cullen, who had been practicing for situations exactly like this one for 3 centuries and intended to be worthy of that practice when it mattered most. He heard Alice's call come through at 2:47 in the afternoon. Carlisle was driving, had been driving for hours through the flat, sun-bleached geometry of the Arizona landscape, which was as different from the Olympic Peninsula as any place on the continent could be. Open and pale and mercilessly lit. A world without the sheltering grey that Forks provided, where the light came from everywhere at once and left nowhere to stand that wasn't exposed. He had been managing his awareness of the sunlight with the practiced efficiency of someone who had navigated sun-problematic environments before, keeping to the car, calculating routes, and noting the angle of the afternoon light and the time remaining before it would begin its descent and give them more freedom of movement. Alice's voice on the phone had the particular quality it got when a vision had collapsed into certainty, not the uncertain partial register of a possible future still in flux, but the flat, terrible clarity of something that had already been decided, whose outcome was now fixed because the decisions that would have changed it had already been made or failed to be made in the window when making them was still possible. "She's gone," Alice said. She left the hotel. James called her Carlisle. He found a way to make her think he had her mother, she believed it, and she left while Jasper and I were. A pause, brief and sharp with self-recrimination. She's going to a dance studio, and I'm a place she knew as a child. He's already there. Carlile absorbed this in the second it took to absorb it, running the geography in his mind, calculating the distance between their current position and the address Alice gave him. He did not waste time on the part of the information that could not be changed. That Bella had left, that James had found his opening, that the protection they had constructed had been circumvented not by superior force, but by the simpler and more devastating tool of a well-constructed lie. He moved directly to the part that was still actionable. "How much time?" he asked. "Not much," Alice said. "He's been there for a while. He was waiting for her." "We're moving now," Carlile said. "Get there as fast as you can. I stay on the line with Edward." He ended the call and told Edward and Emmett in 3 sentences what Alice had told him, and the car accelerated in the way that it accelerated when the person driving it had stopped calculating what was defensible and had moved into the territory where the only calculation that mattered was the one about arrival time. He was aware of Edward beside him going absolutely still, in the specific way that Edward went still when he was managing something that threatened to exceed the container of his control. Not the ordinary stillness of a vampire at rest, but the rigid, effortful stillness of someone holding something enormous in place through sheer force of will. He did not speak to Edward during the drive. There was nothing useful to say that Edward did not already know. And Carlile had learned across their decades together that Edward's particular way of managing extreme distress was not helped by words, but by the quality of presence beside him. Someone steady, someone continuing to function, someone for whom the situation had not yet become unmanageable, even when it was very close to the edge of that. He drove, and he thought about what they would find. James was a tracker who had been building toward this moment since the baseball clearing, and trackers did not simply kill their targets when they reached them. That was the part that most people misunderstood about what trackers were. They were not primarily predators in the ordinary sense, because ordinary predation was available to any vampire and would not have required this degree of architecture. Trackers were something more specific than predators. They were performers. The hunt was the art form, and the ending of the hunt was the performance's final act, which meant it was staged, which meant there would be something waiting in that dance studio beyond simply a dead girl. There would be an audience. James had known Edward was coming. James had arranged for Edward to arrive and find something. Carlile needed to be ready for that, needed to arrive as a physician rather than as a father, needed to have his clinical mind in its proper position ahead of his emotional one, because what his clinical mind could do in the next several minutes might be the thing that determined whether Bella Swan lived or did not live. He ran through what he might find and what each scenario required of him, at the way he had run through differential diagnoses for difficult cases across centuries of medicine. The range of injuries a vampire could inflict on a human in the time James had available, the treatments each would require, the equipment he had, which was limited, and the equipment that would need to come from human emergency services, which meant managing the timeline of when to call them and how to construct the story that would travel from this studio into the public record. He assembled and discarded scenarios, kept the most likely ones accessible, prepared himself for the worst of them with the methodical thoroughness that was the only adequate preparation. The strip mall appeared on the left side of the road with the ordinary, sun-faded anonymity of commercial architecture that had no idea what it contained. Carlile pulled the car into the lot and was out of it before the engine had finished its last rotation, moving toward the building with the focused speed of someone who had abandoned the performance of human pace in favor of what the situation actually required. He heard Bella's heartbeat from outside the building, rapid and weak and present, which was the most important information available and which he received with a relief so immediate it was almost physical. She was alive. Whatever was inside that studio, she was alive. And alive meant treatable. And treatable was the only category that mattered to him right now. Edward went through the door first, and Carlile followed a half step behind, which was deliberate. Edward was the one James was performing for, and Carlile needed to be present, but not primary, and needed to assess the scene before he could act on it. Needed his physician's eye to have a half second of unobstructed view before the situation became kinetic. What he saw in that half second, he catalogued with the rapid precision of someone who had walked into traumatic scenes across centuries and had learned to read them completely in the time it took most people to understand what they were looking at. Bella on the floor among broken mirrors, blood visible from multiple points of injury, her right leg in a position that confirmed a fracture, her face carrying the pallor and glassiness of significant blood loss combined with possible head trauma. James, standing over her, already beginning to shift his weight in response to Edward's arrival. And on Bella's hand, at the wrist, I had the specific discoloration that spread through subcutaneous tissue in a pattern that Carlile recognized immediately and that changed every calculation he had been making on the drive over. Venom. The bite was recent, and the venom was spreading. He did not allow himself the fraction of a second that the information wanted to take from him. He moved directly to Bella as Edward launched himself at James with the focused violence of someone who has been containing that violence for months and has now been given both permission and reason to release it entirely. Emmett followed Edward with the force of something that had been waiting for this specific application, and Carlile heard the impact of their collision with James as something that registered in the chest, rather than simply in the ears, had a concussive force that sent all three of them through the far wall and into the adjacent space. He let them go. This was the other part of the calculation he had made in the car, that the most useful thing he could do when they arrived was not to fight but to treat, because fighting was something Edward and Emmett were more than adequate for, and treating was something only he could do with the necessary competence and control. He knelt beside Bella, and his hands moved immediately into the practiced patterns of emergency assessment, working through her injuries in the order that triage demanded: airway, breathing, circulation. Then the specific injuries in descending severity. She was breathing, which was the first thing. Her airway was clear. Her circulation was compromised by blood loss, but not yet critically. The leg fracture was significant and painful and would need surgical attention, but was not the immediate threat. The head injury needed monitoring. The lacerations were bleeding, but manageably. The bite was the immediate threat. "Bella," he said, his voice calibrated to the register that cut through shock without adding to it. Firm, warm, present. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes found his, which told him her consciousness was intact, even if it was not entirely clear. "Yes," she said, and her voice was thin but coherent. "I need you to stay with me," he said. "Stay focused on my voice. Can you do that?" "Yes," she said again. He examined the bite on her hand with the rapid thoroughness that the time constraint required, pressing the surrounding tissue carefully, untracking the spread of the venom through the discoloration of the subcutaneous vessels. It had been moving for several minutes at minimum. James had bitten her early in the encounter, which told Carlile something about James's intentions that confirmed what he had suspected on the drive. This had not been an accident of feeding. This had been deliberate placement. James had introduced venom with the intention of starting a transformation, had wanted Edward to arrive and find the process already underway, and be forced to choose between watching it complete and taking the action that would stop it. He looked up at the wall through which Edward and Emmett and James had disappeared, making the calculation that he had been dreading since he had first seen the bite on Bella's hand. Edward was the only one who could remove the venom. Carlyle's own blood was saturated with the venom of his own transformation, in the way that all vampires' blood was. He could not drink it out without introducing his own venom as a complication. Edward was the only option, and Edward was currently in the next room engaged in something that was not yet finished. "Edward," he called, at the volume and pitch that carried through walls to vampire hearing without being intended for anything else. "I need you, now." The sounds from the adjacent space had been evolving. The specific sounds of a fight between vampires, which were different from any other kind of sound, and which Carlile had heard rarely enough in his existence that they retained their capacity to be disturbing despite everything. They shifted as he called, and then Edward was there, and coming through the gap in the wall with blood that was not his own on his hands, and an expression that contained everything he was feeling about what he could see on the floor in front of him, and was refusing to let any of it interfere with being present. "Her hand," Carlile said, looking at Edward directly. "He bit her. The venom has been spreading for several minutes. You have to remove it, Edward, right now, before it reaches the larger vessels." He watched Edward understand what he was being asked, watched the full comprehension move through his son's expression. Not just the task, but the specific nature of it, the specific demand it was making of someone who had spent months resisting this particular blood with everything he had, and was now being asked to put his mouth to a wound and drink and stop. Carlile had asked Edward to do difficult things across 90 years of their life together. He had never asked him to do anything as difficult as this. "I can't," Edward said, and the two words carried a weight that Carlile understood completely. "Carlile, I can't. Her blood, if I start, I won't." "You will," Carlile said, and his voice held the specific quality it held when he was not negotiating but stating, "You will stop because you have to stop, and because you have been choosing her over your nature every day for months. And this is the same choice. It is exactly the same choice, Edward, with higher stakes and a shorter window." He held his son's gaze. "She will transform if you don't. Is that what you want for her? Without her consent, without her understanding, without the choice being hers?" The last question was the one that landed. He saw it land, saw Edward receive it in the place where it was most true, the deep, principled place in him that had always, even at his worst, believed in people's right to choose their own fate. Carlile had known it would land there. He had aimed it there deliberately because that was where the argument was most accurate and most useful simultaneously. Edward knelt beside Bella, and Carlile watched his son take her injured hand with a gentleness that was extraordinary given what Edward was managing internally, and put his mouth to the wound. Bella made a sound that was pain and something else, and Carlile kept his hands moving on her other injuries. It kept his attention split between the treatment he was providing and the monitoring of Edward that the situation required. He could hear the specific effort of what Edward was doing. Not hear it in any sound Edward was making, because Edward was nearly silent, but hear it in the total quality of the moment, in the way Edward's body was absolutely rigid with the effort of the control that was being applied at its absolute outer limit. He kept his voice going, not constantly, not overwhelming, but present, a continuous thread of sound for Edward to follow. Clinical observations about Bella's condition, stated calmly. The specific information that told Edward how much time had passed and how much more was needed. The steady, unperturbed tone of a physician conducting a procedure, which was what this was, and which required the same quality of presence from the person beside the patient as any other procedure he had performed across 3 centuries of medicine. "The color is changing," Carlile said, watching the tissue around the bite. "You're getting it. Stay with it. A little longer." Edward's hands were shaking. Not visibly. Vampire musculature did not shake in the ordinary sense, but in the specific tension of them. The way the fingers were pressed into the skin at the edge of controlled force, rather than the easy, calibrated gentleness they were capable of. He was at the limit, and holding at the limit, and Carlile was watching every second of it with the full attention of someone who needed to know the exact moment when the limit became inadequate. "That's enough," Carlile said, when the discoloration had retreated to the immediate wound site and the spreading pattern had reversed. "Edward, stop. It's enough." Edward pulled back with the specific quality of someone removing themselves from something by force of will rather than diminished desire, and Carlile put his hand on Edward's shoulder the moment he was clear. A firm, grounding contact, something physical to anchor to, and looked at his son's face. What he saw there he would carry for a long time. Not failure, not loss of control. The opposite. The expression of someone who has gone to the absolute edge of what they were capable of and has come back from it, which was not a peaceful expression, but was, in its way, one of the most significant things Carlile had ever seen Edward's face hold. He had asked his son to do something nearly impossible. Edward had done it. "Good," Carlile said quietly, and meant it with everything he had. Alice arrived in the next moment with Jasper behind her, and Carlile heard Alice on the phone already. Emergency services, the constructed story delivered with the fluid accuracy of someone who had rehearsed it in a vision before making the call. In the adjacent space, the sounds of the fight had concluded in the specific way that finality sounded different from continuation, and Emmett appeared in the gap in the wall with the particular expression he wore when something difficult had been finished. Carlile returned his full attention to Bella, because Bella was the patient, and the patient was the priority, and everything else would wait. and he worked through the remainder of his assessment with the focused efficiency that the approaching sirens demanded. The leg would need surgical reduction and fixation. The head injury would need imaging. The blood loss would need transfusion. These were human medicine problems requiring human medical intervention, and his role from this point was to manage the transition from what he had been doing to what the arriving paramedics would do, which required the construction of a scene that told a coherent and non-supernatural story. He arranged what he could arrange. He positioned himself where a physician who had arrived on scene would position himself. He made sure his hands were the hands the paramedics would see first when they came through the door. Clean, capable, already in the middle of stabilization, which would establish the narrative before a word was spoken. When they came through the door, he met them with the calm authority of Carlile Cullen, MD, physician, who had happened to be nearby when the emergency call went out and who had been rendering aid since arrival. He gave them the clinical summary in the precise, economical language of a doctor, briefing other medical professionals. Watch them accept it. Watch the narrative take hold in the way that a credible narrative delivered by a credible person at the right moment always took hold. He rode in the ambulance with Bella because it was what the constructed story required, and because he was not yet ready to not be in the room where she was. He monitored her vitals during the ride and spoke to her when she was conscious enough to hear him, which was intermittently, brief windows of awareness between the pull of shock and blood loss and whatever the pain management the paramedics had administered was doing. Once, in one of those windows, she looked at him with the specific quality of attention she had always given him, the focused, real attention that he had noticed from the first day in the emergency room. "Edward," she said, and it was not a question about where he was, but something else, the kind of single-word statement that contained a great deal more than the word itself. "He's all right," Carlisle said. "He did what needed to be done and he's all right." Something in her expression resolved, and she let her eyes close, and he sat beside her in the moving ambulance and thought about what the last hour had contained and what it meant. At the hospital, he transferred her care with the professional precision of a physician who knows when his role in a case has reached its boundary and who respects that boundary without ego. He gave the receiving team everything they needed and stepped back and let them work, and then he found a waiting room and sat in it and allowed himself, for the first time since Alice's call had come through at 2:47, to feel the full weight of what had happened. She was live. Edward had held his control at the moment when holding it had cost the most. James was finished, in the room next door to the ballet studio, in pieces that would not be reassembling. These were the facts. Us and the facts were the best available outcome from a situation that had contained many worse ones, and Carlisle had long since learned to measure outcomes against what they could have been, rather than against an ideal that the situation had never offered. Edward found him in the waiting room an hour later, appearing in the doorway with the look he had worn since the ballet studio. The look of someone who has been through the full extent of something and is now on the other side of it, uncertain yet what the other side looks like. He sat down beside his father without speaking, and Carlisle let the silence hold for a moment before he said anything. "You did something very hard today," Carlisle said finally, "and you did it correctly. I need you to know that I saw both of those things and I want you to hold on to them. Not just what it cost, what it proved. Edward looked at the floor. I almost didn't stop, he said. Almost is not the same as didn't, Carlile said. I have been alive for 360 years, and I can tell you with the authority of that experience that almost and didn't are not the same thing. They are separated by a distance that matters enormously. He paused. You stopped. That is what is true. Edward was quiet for a long time. Renee arrived, and Carlile managed her terror with the practiced gentleness of someone who has delivered difficult news to frighten people across centuries, and who understands that what frightened people need first is not information, but presence. He gave her presence, and then information, and then the specific medical clarity that allowed her to begin converting terror into the more manageable form of worry. He sat in that hospital until the sky outside the windows changed color, moving through the long afternoon into evening. And he thought about everything the day had shown him, about what his son was capable of when the cost was highest, about what Bella Swan was made of, which the day had demonstrated in terms that required no interpretation, about the family he had built and the test they had just come through, and what it meant that they had come through it together. He thought about what came next, which was the part he had been deferring and could not defer much longer. The Volturi, Victoria, who was still alive and whose intentions toward Bella were not difficult to infer. The question of Bella's future, which was no longer a question that could wait for a comfortable moment to be addressed, because comfortable moments were apparently not what this particular situation was going to provide. But that was tomorrow's work, and the work of the days beyond tomorrow. Today's work was finished, and it had ended with Bella Swan alive in a hospital bed, and Edward sitting beside her and his family intact, and the storm that had been building since January moving, finally and at great cost, towards something that might eventually become clear. He stayed until visiting hours ended. Then he went to find his son and his family and whatever came next. And the days in Phoenix had a particular quality that Carlile recognized from other periods of sustained crisis in his long existence. The quality of an aftermath that had not yet fully accepted that it was an aftermath, that kept presenting itself as emergency even after the emergency had technically resolved. The hospital was a familiar environment to him, which helped. And Bella's medical team was competent, which helped further. What did not help was the specific texture of waiting, which was different from the productive waiting he was practiced at and closer to the helpless kind, the kind where the outcome was no longer in his hands, and all he could do was monitor and be present and trust the processes he had put in motion. He managed it the way he managed most things, by being useful within whatever scope was available. How he consulted quietly with the surgical team on Bella's leg, offering observations that were attributed to his general expertise rather than to the 3 centuries of medical practice behind them. He monitored her neurological status with the thoroughness of someone who understood head trauma at a level of granular detail that no medical school had produced. He coordinated with Alice on the cover story, refining the details that needed refining, closing the gaps that Bella's parents' understandable questions were identifying. Renee was the most difficult part of the Phoenix days, not because she was unreasonable, but because she was so thoroughly reasonable, so genuinely devoted to her daughter, so clearly trying to make sense of something that could not be made sense of with the information available to her. Carlile spoke with her daily, as physician to frightened mother, and he gave her everything the role permitted. Honesty about Bella's prognosis, which was genuinely good. Clarity about the treatment plan. Warmth that was not performed, because he actually felt it toward this woman who had raised the girl his son loved and had done it, by all available evidence, with considerable grace. Charlie arrived on the second day, driving rather than flying, because Carlisle Swan's relationship with air travel was apparently complicated, and his arrival changed the dynamic in the way that the arrival of a police chief, who also happened to be a protective father, always changed the dynamic, adding a layer of careful, professional scrutiny to the emotional atmosphere of the waiting room that required Carlile to be more precise in his presentation rather than less, while Charlie looked at Carlile with the eyes of someone who had been making assessments of people professionally for years and had developed instincts he trusted. "Dr. Cullen," he said, the first time they spoke properly in the hospital corridor, "I need to understand what happened to my daughter." "Of course," Carlile said. "Walk with me." He took Charlie through the medical facts with complete accuracy, the injuries, the treatment, the prognosis, and through the constructed version of events surrounding them with the care of someone who understood that a police chief would notice any inconsistency that a civilian might miss. He had constructed the story to survive exactly this level of scrutiny. A violent encounter with a dangerous individual, Bella in the wrong place, intervention arriving in time to prevent worse outcomes, the truth contained within a frame that the truth could not be allowed to fill completely. Charlie listened without interrupting, which was itself the sign of a skilled listener. And when Carlile finished, Charlie was quiet for a moment. "And Edward was there," he said. Not a question. "Edward found her," Carlile said, which was accurate. Charlie absorbed this, and Carlile could see the police chief's mind working through it alongside the father's mind. Two different processes examining the same information from different angles. "My daughter is going to be all right," Charlie said finally. And it was partly a question and partly a statement, and partly something else, something closer to a request. "Yes," Carlile said, and he said it with a weight of certainty rather than the lightness of reassurance, because Carlisle Swan needed the former and would have seen through the latter immediately. "She's going to heal completely. The leg will require time and physical therapy, and she will have some residual sensitivity in the hand where the injury occurred. But she's going to be completely all right, Chief Swan. I want you to be certain of that." Charlie held his gaze for a long moment and then nodded, once with the economy of a man who has decided to accept what he's been told and is moving forward on that basis. "Good," he said. "That's the main thing." Bella was conscious for longer periods by the third day, and Carlile visited her during one of those periods while her parents were briefly absent. The small window that hospital rhythms produced when shift changed and the family stepped out for food, and the room held its breath between one set of visitors and the next. She looked at him from the bed with the eyes that had always given him the specific feeling of being genuinely seen, rather than simply looked at, and she said, "You asked Edward to do it, to get the venom out." "Yes," Carlile said. "Was that Was that difficult to ask him? He considered the question with the honesty she consistently deserved and consistently received from him. It was the most difficult thing I have asked of him in 90 years, he said. And he did it. I want you to know that. I'm Bella. Not because I think you need additional evidence of what he's capable of, but because I think you should understand what it cost him and what it means that he paid that cost. She was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, Phoenix was doing what Phoenix did, producing an abundance of the sunlight that Falk systematically withheld. And the light came through the blinds in thin, warm lines across the foot of the bed. He didn't hurt me, she said. I mean, he stopped when it mattered. Yes, Carlile said. I knew he would, she said, with a simple, absolute certainty of someone who is not performing confidence but reporting a genuine internal state. And Carlile received this with a specific quality of feeling that her particular forms of certainty about his son always produced in him. Something between gratitude and wonder, the recognition of a gift he had not known how to ask for on Edward's behalf, and that she had been giving steadily since January. He sat with her for a few minutes longer, and they talked about her recovery, about the timeline, about what physical therapy for the leg would look like, and what she could expect in the weeks ahead. Practical things, medical things, the solid and manageable territory of treatment plans and healing trajectories. But at the end of it, as he was preparing to leave and let her rest, she said something that he carried out of the room with him and did not set down. Dr. Cullen, she said, thank you for all of it, not just the medical part. He looked at her from the doorway. It is, he said, entirely my privilege, Bella. I mean that without qualification. He meant it as a physician and as something more than a physician, and she received it as both, and that understanding between them, established in a hospital emergency room months ago and deepened through everything that had followed, was one of the things he was most grateful for as he walked back into the corridor and returned to the work of managing the aftermath. They returned to Forks a week after the ballet studio, the family reassembling in the glass house in the forest with the particular feeling of people returning to a space that had held their absence and was now receiving their presence again. Esme had kept the house while they were gone, maintaining the routines, managing the community presence, ensuring that the Cullen family's fiction in Forks had not frayed during the disruption. She had done it with the efficient grace she brought to everything, and the house felt intact in a way that Carlile was more grateful for than he expressed immediately. The debriefs happened over several days, in pairs and small groups, rather than all at once, because some conversations needed to be private before they could be collective. He spoke with Jasper about what had happened at the hotel, not to assign blame, which was neither useful nor accurate, since Bella's departure had been engineered specifically to circumvent the protection Alice and Jasper were providing, but to understand the specific sequence and ensure that the understanding was complete. Jasper offered the account with his characteristic precision and the self-recrimination that Carlile addressed directly, and then asked him to set aside, because self-recrimination of the unproductive kind was a drain on the resource that was most needed going forward. And what was needed going forward was Jasper's full capacity. He spoke with Rosalie, who surprised him. She appeared in his study on the second evening back, which was the same pattern as before, and sat in the same chair and looked at him with the same direct, unflinching gaze. But what she said was different from what he had expected. "She's braver than I gave her credit for," Rosalie said. "I'm not going to pretend I've changed my position on the situation overall, because I haven't. The risks are still real and my concerns are still valid." A pause. "But she's braver than I thought. That matters, even if I'm not sure yet how much." Carlile looked at his daughter with the full regard she deserved. "It does matter. And I'm grateful you can see it." "I'm not blind," Rosalie said, with a trace of the sharpness that was her most characteristic register. "I've never been blind. I just don't always like what I see." "I know," Carlile said. "Neither do I sometimes. That's different from not seeing it." Rosalie almost smiled. It was the trace of something anyway, at the corner of her mouth, before she returned to her usual composure. "Whatever happens next," she said, "I'll do what the family needs. I want you to know that." "I've always known that," Carlile said. "Thank you for saying it." Spring arrived in Forks with its characteristic reluctance, and the light lasting a few minutes longer each evening, the rain shifting in quality without diminishing significantly in quantity. The high school's spring dance approached, and Alice took over the preparation of this event with the focused enthusiasm she brought to all occasions that had a sartorial dimension. And Carlile watched from a comfortable distance as the ordinary rhythm of teenage life reasserted itself around his family in the gentle, slightly absurd way that ordinary life always reasserted itself after extraordinary events. He and Esme spent the evening of the prom in the way they spent many evenings when the younger ones were elsewhere. In the quiet of the house, the particular deep quiet that settled when 7 presences became 2, a silence that was not absence, but its own form of company. Esme was at her drafting table, working on a set of plans for a renovation project she had been engaged with for months. Carlile was in his chair by the window with a book that he was reading in the loose, unhurried way that indicated he was also thinking about something else. "Edward seemed," Esme said, without looking up from her plans, "almost peaceful this evening when he came to pick her up." "Almost," Carlile agreed. "That's more than he seemed in a long time." "Yes," Carlile said. "It is." Esme set down her pencil and turned in her chair, which meant the conversation was shifting from ambient to intentional. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "You've had that expression for an hour." He closed his book. He looked at Esme, at the face that was as familiar to him as his own hands, and at the person who had been beside him for the better part of a century, and who understood the specific texture of his silences well enough to know when one of them needed to be opened rather than left to resolve on its own. "I'm thinking about what comes next," he said. "Not the immediate next, the dance, the return to school, the management of what Charlie knows and doesn't know. I mean the larger next, what this is moving toward." Esme waited, which was her way of indicating he should continue. "She's going to ask for transformation," Carlile said. "I believe that's already decided in her, whether she's formalized it yet or not. The question is when and under what circumstances and who she asks." He paused. "And whether Edward is ready to give her what she's going to ask for." "Do you think he could do it?" Esme asked. "Transform her?" Carlile thought about this with genuine care, because it was a genuine question and deserved more than a reflexive answer. After the ballet studio, he said slowly. After what I asked him to do there and watched him do. Yes, I think he could. I think what he demonstrated that afternoon was that when the stakes are Bella's life, his capacity to control his nature expands beyond what either of us believed was available to him. He looked at his hands. Whether that capacity is available in the context of a transformation, which is different in its demands from what he did with the venom, I don't know. It's not a question I can answer for him. It's one he'll have to answer for himself when the time comes. And the Volturi, Esme said quietly. And the Volturi, Carlile confirmed, are always the Volturi. This was the part he had been sitting with most consistently in the weeks since Phoenix. The part that the immediate crises had allowed him to defer, but that had not in fact been deferring. It had been accumulating. Bella knew about vampires. This was a fact that existed in the world, and that the Volturi's law addressed without ambiguity. If they became aware of her, the options were simple, and neither of them was simple at all. Transformation, which preserved her life by ending her humanity, or death, which preserved the secret by the oldest available method. There was no third option. The Volturi did not negotiate this particular point. He had written to Aro once, in the early weeks of the situation, a carefully composed letter that had established the Cullen family's continued well-being and had subtly, very subtly, introduced the existence of a complication without naming it specifically. He had done this deliberately, in the way of someone who understands that Aro would eventually know everything, and that being the source of the information, however partial, was strategically better than Aro learning it through other channels. He had not received a response that alarmed him, which was not the same as receiving reassurance, but was the best available outcome from that communication. He would have to write again eventually, or more likely, he would have to go to Volterra. The letter would only hold for so long before the question it was circling required a direct conversation, and direct conversations with Aro were best conducted in person, where Carlisle could read the room with all the capabilities available to him, and could exert the specific kind of interpersonal influence that their long relationship made possible. But that was a future problem. He had learned, across 3 centuries, to distinguish between problems that required immediate action and problems that required thoughtful preparation, and to resist the anxiety that wanted to collapse all future problems into present urgency. The Volturi were a problem requiring thoughtful preparation, and the preparation was ongoing, and rushing it would not improve it. Edward returned from the prom a little after 11, and Carlisle heard the car before it reached the house, and heard something in the engine's approach that told him the evening had gone well. Not in the specific sense that he could read driving patterns like emotional states, but in the general sense that a certain quality of urgency was absent from the return that would have been present if something had gone wrong. He met Edward in the entryway, which was not his usual practice. He was usually in his study, available but not present, giving the younger ones the space to arrive home without feeling monitored. Tonight he was in the entryway because tonight he wanted to see his son's face before the social composure that Edward maintained so automatically had time to fully reassemble. What he saw there, in the few seconds before Edward registered his presence and adjusted, actually was worth seeing. Not happiness exactly. Edward had too complicated a relationship with that particular state for its expression to be straightforward. But something in the territory adjacent to it, something that occupied the space that happiness cleared when it moved through a person and left them different from how it found them. How was it? Carlile asked. Edward looked at him, and Carlile saw the measuring quality that meant his son was deciding how much to say, rather than whether to say anything. Good, Edward said. It was good, Carlile. She danced badly and laughed about it, and she was happy. I think she was actually happy. And you? Carlile asked. Edward was quiet for a moment. Jacob Black came, he said, with a message from Billy, the usual. He paused. I'm not going to pretend that didn't complicate the evening, but the rest of it. He stopped. She said something. At the end of the evening, she asked me when. His eyes met Carlyle's directly. When she could be transformed. The words settled into the air of the entryway and stayed there. What did you tell her? Carlile asked. After graduation, Edward said. I told her after graduation, if she still wanted it. Carlile held this information for a moment, feeling its weight and its significance, and the specific mixture of things it produced in him. The physician's careful concern for a patient's fully informed consent, the father's complicated feeling about the transformation he had visited on his own son, and the question of whether visiting it on someone else, for someone else's reasons, was something different or something the same. The grief, held at a controlled distance, for the human life that would end if and when the transformation occurred. And beneath all of these things, something quieter and more difficult to name. Come and sit with me, Carlile said. There are things I want to say to you about that. They went to the study, and Esme appeared in the doorway briefly, reading the situation with the accuracy she always brought to reading situations, and then retreated, giving them the room and the privacy that the conversation required. Edward sat across from him, in the chair that the people who came to Carlisle's study with important things to say always occupied. And Carlile looked at his son for a moment before speaking, and he was looking at the boy who had died in a Chicago hospital in 1918, and the man who had become himself across the century since. And he was thinking about what it meant to have made that transformation possible, and to now be sitting across from the result of it. You have given her a year, Carlile said, a year of her human life to live it as fully as she can before she makes a permanent decision. That is a gift, Edward. I want you to understand that. Not a delay born of reluctance, though I know it's also that, but a genuine gift. It matters that you gave her that. It doesn't feel like a gift, Edward said. It feels like I'm counting down. I know, Carlile said. I know exactly how it feels. I counted the days of your transformation in 1918. And each one felt like something was ending rather than beginning. He paused. And then you opened your eyes. Edward looked at him with the expression he rarely showed. The one beneath the one he showed the world. The younger and less defended version of himself that appeared occasionally when the conversation was important enough. Did you know, he asked, when you transformed me, did you know it was right? Not just that Elizabeth asked you to, not just that you had the means. Did you know? Carlile was quiet for a long moment, because this question deserved an honest answer, and the honest answer was complicated. I knew I loved you, he said finally. I knew I could not watch you die. when I had the capacity to prevent it. I knew your mother's request came from the deepest love she was capable of. Whether those things added up to certainty that I was making the right choice. He paused. No, I didn't know. I chose with love and incomplete knowledge, and I have spent 90 years hoping the choice was adequate to the love that drove it. Edward absorbed this in the way he absorbed things that required genuine processing. Slowly, thoroughly, without the performance of having understood before the understanding was actually complete. And now, he asked, looking at what I became, do you think it was right? Carlile looked at his son. He looked at the person sitting across from him, brilliant, troubled, capable of extraordinary control and extraordinary love and extraordinary pain. Someone who had spent a century being more than he believed himself to be, and was only now, because of a brown-eyed girl from Phoenix, beginning to see it. Yes, he said, looking at what you became. Yes, I think it was right. Edward was quiet for a long time after that. The house was still around them, the kind of deep, middle-of-the-night stillness that fogs produced when even the rain had momentarily paused, as if the world were holding its breath between one thing and the next. If she asks me to transform her, Edward said eventually, if she asks me after graduation, and she is certain, I don't know if I'm the right one to do it. I don't know if I can. You may be surprised, Carlile said, by what becomes possible when the person asking is the person she is. He paused. And if you find you cannot, I will be there. Whatever is needed, Edward, I will be there. Edward nodded, and the nod held everything he was not going to say aloud, of which Carlile received it without requiring it to be spoken. He stood at his study window much later, after Edward had gone, and Esme had come to sit with him briefly and then gone to their room, leaving him with the particular solitude that he used most productively. The forest was dark beyond the glass, the old-growth timber of the Olympic Peninsula standing in the specific profound darkness that places untouched by artificial light produce at 3 a.m, and Carlile stood in it and thought about what the months since January had built and broken and rebuilt. He had spent 360 years constructing a life that could be sustained, a way of existing that honored both what he was and what he had chosen to be, that allowed him to be useful in the world he moved through without being destroyed by proximity to it. Us that had produced, across the decades, a family he had not dared to imagine when he was alone in his cellar in London burning into something new. He had built all of this carefully, slowly, with the patience that only centuries of practice could develop, and he had believed that the building was essentially complete, that what he had was what there was going to be, and that this was sufficient, and that sufficiency was, in the long run, its own form of gift. And then a girl had walked into a biology classroom and the building had turned out to be not complete but simply waiting, as buildings sometimes are, for the element that makes everything already present resolve into its full and final form. He did not know what came next. He knew the Volturi were watching, in the way the Volturi watched everything, at a distance, through the particular instrument of Aro's gift, with the patience of people who understood that they had the time to wait for the right moment. He knew Victoria was alive somewhere, which was a problem whose timing and form he could not yet predict. He knew that Bella Swan was going to make a decision that would end one kind of life and begin another, and that the decision was hers to make, and that making it well was his responsibility to ensure she had everything she needed for. These were the forward problems, and he held them with the steady, unflinching regard that he brought to all problems that mattered. Not pretending they were smaller than they were, not amplifying them beyond what the facts supported, simply holding them clearly and continuing to think. And beneath all of it, beneath the Volturi and Victoria and the question of transformation and the long, complicated arithmetic of what loving someone cost and what it built, beneath all of these things was the simple, bedrock fact that his son was not hollow anymore. That Edward had come home from a school dance with something in his face that occupied the territory adjacent to happiness. That the family Carlisle had built across 3 centuries of careful, patient, costly love was intact, and together in this glass house, in this rain-soaked corner of the world. And that this girl from Phoenix, who asked after other people before herself and watched physicians' hands with the attention of someone genuinely trying to understand, was part of it now, whether any of them had planned for her to be or not. He stood at the window and let the forest be dark around him and the house be warm behind him. And he thought that this specific configuration of love and difficulty and uncertainty and presence was what he had been moving toward since a cellar in London in the 1640s, and that moving toward it had been worth every year of the journey. The night held the house, Carlisle held the watch, and in the morning there would be more to do, and he would be ready for it, because he had been practicing readiness for 360 years and intended to keep practicing for considerably longer. That was enough. For now, and for whatever came after, it was enough. For 360 years, Carlile Cullen made the same choice. Not once, not in a single defining moment, but daily, quietly, and without audience, the choice to remain gentle in a world that had given him every reason not to be. He was the oldest witness in this story. He stood at the edge of every moment, the emergency room, the baseball clearing, the ballet studio floor, and he held the room together with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be. He transformed people he loved and spent the rest of eternity hoping it was enough. He built a family out of damage and devotion and the stubborn belief that immortality could be something other than endless loss. He watched his son fall in love with a human girl and felt simultaneously every reason to be afraid and every reason to be glad. And he held both of those things without letting either one cancel the other. This is what Carlile Cullen is. Not the hero of the story. He would resist that word, but his foundation. The one who kept the light on. The one who chose mercy so many times that mercy became the shape of him. The story of Twilight, seen through his eyes, is not a love story between a vampire and a girl. It is a love story between a man and the life he refused to stop believing was worth building. Through every century of darkness and every morning after. Close your eyes now, breathe slowly, and rest in the quiet that Carlisle keeps. The long, patient, light-holding quiet that has always been and will always be enough.